Hey, good evening. I'd like to call this June 1st, 2015 City Council work session to order and ask Councilman Larry Wright to lead us, please, with an invocation. If everybody would please stand and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you once again for another session of council. We pray that you would be with us, O God, as we hassle out, talk about, brainstorm, listen, communicate, and all the things we do to come together with a consensus for the best of this city going forward. We pray for our council, we pray for our mayor, we pray for our city staff, and all those that have a part to do with this great city. Lord, we pray for your wisdom and your guidance and your understanding as we go forward. Most of all, God, at the end of the day, we pray that you would help us to be as one, with one mind and one accord going forward for the betterment of the citizens of this city. And we thank you for that. In the precious name of your Son, the Christ, Jesus, we pray. Amen.
States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd like to welcome especially all of our firefighters that are here this evening. Thank you for coming. We also will meet next Monday night if you'd like to join us again. It's always great to have you in the house. I was speaking to Frank a little earlier before the meeting started and told him how much we do appreciate you and your service to the city. When folks are running out, you're running in, and that's recognized, and we do appreciate that. Council item 3.0 is the approval of the agenda. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
That's Mr. McDougall and Mr. Wright. Mr. Hurst?
Yes, I was going to see if we can add to the agenda a closed session, Johnson's litigation.
Okay.
If that'd be okay with Mr. McDougall?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's all right with the first and second. Mr. Manager, I see your light. Do you need discussion prior to the motion? Or prior to action?
No, sir. After the action, be fine.
Okay. So, council, any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask for your vote, please.
Get used to them new buttons.
That is unanimous from members present. Mr. Voorhees.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to take a point of personal privilege after being recognized by you, Mayor. And I just want to address our firefighters for just a second. There's no question in my mind that this city values the men and women of our fire department. Your selfless sacrifice and commitment to training, commitment to safety, commitment to our community, commitment to each other and to your families is well known and well deserved. We're going to be talking a little bit about some pay plan issues, but that's not really what I want to say. What I want to say is that some unfortunate comments were made at a prior meeting. You all know about them. I could have stepped in at that moment and corrected the conversation to remind us how important it is that we value the work that you do. It was late and I didn't do that. So I want to apologize to each and every one of you that I didn't step up and tell people, look, let's move on. We do value you. I hope that you understand that that's a commitment I make to you every day, and that what I do in my role as city manager is to develop system structures, policies that support you. And while I didn't say anything that I'm ashamed of or anything like that. I could have stepped in the breach and been one who defended you, and so for that I apologize. But I hope that that you understand the true support that you do have from this government is there every day, and I hope that you'll take that home with you this evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Mr. Voorhees. Mr. Voorhees, who has 4.1? Mr. Shuford.
That'll be Mr. Shuford.
Welcome, sir. Do we have anybody from IT in the house? Oh, thank you.
Mayor and Council, we're seeking your direction today on the comprehensive plan. I'm going to introduce our comprehensive planner, Will Deaton, here to my right momentarily, but I did want to mention to you that you probably see a linkage between what we'll talk about in the plan and item 4.07 with regard to a zoning buffer along the Cape Fear River, because our goal is with regard to the comprehensive plan is to address specific areas of the city that you think are vitally important and give them a little extra attention as we go through that process. And clearly the river is one that I think we all agree is an area that needs to be studied and studied early. So I just wanted to start with that introduction. We have our comprehensive planner, Will Deaton. He's been with the city for several years, but when you were able to create the comprehensive plan focus this year and fund a position, we were able to promote Mr. Deaton. It was a well-deserved promotion, and we're excited that he's going to be leading this effort, and we think you're going to be pleased with the result.
Thanks, Scott. Mr. Mayor, members of council.
Welcome.
How are you? Scott said I'm the comprehensive planner, so what I'm going to do tonight is just basically be brief and give you an introduction, a little background on the comp plan project itself that we're looking to do. So what we're trying to do is integrate community visions, values, and goals, analyze data and trends here in Fayetteville, and in turn produce implementation measures to targeted specific tasks. And why we're doing this comprehensively is in order to provide direction, ensures that services are provided in the city, preserve or even enhance the quality of life that we already have, be a common vision that would be proactive, and allows us to use new techniques and modern tools that we haven't had since the 2010 plan. So the 2010 land use plan, just so you know, it wasn't produced in 2010. Usually these plans have a 20 to 30 year time frame. These things were in style back when I was in middle school, when I was 13. So that's what we're looking to change. We're looking to upgrade what we have, provide us a better product here in Fayetteville. So what's in a plan is you've got a chance to incorporate existing plans, ordinances, documents, your strategic plan, capital improvement plan, and economic development strategies. So we have issues not uncommon. Everyone else has them. We have a lot of commercial strip development that tends to shift, changing development styles, and new projects that bring great opportunity to the city of Fayetteville. So what we want to do is put this together so we can use it as a tool to market Fayetteville more than just locally. So regional, statewide, nationally. Give us a chance to assess our identity with those groups. So how do we get there? Like Scott said, I'm the comprehensive planner, so I'll be here to facilitate the plan. What we want to do is focus on target areas that are facing change and development pressures. Get to that in the next slide. So we'll have public outreach, boards and commissions will help. The time frame is multi-year, and what we're looking to do is bring those pieces, those target areas to you, maybe 1, 2 at a time throughout the process instead of bringing you a plan 3 years down the road. So we're going to bring it to you like that. And what we really want to do is we just want to do it right and produce a plan that will stand the test of time. So we've got a list that we just came up with, doing some brainstorming. Areas that are facing change and development pressure. Scott mentioned on the agenda item, the zoning buffer area overlay is a great place to start, and we feel that it would be covered in this process. And there's some other areas, downtown, the VA clinic, way out in the western part of the city, definitely would be facing some development pressure. So that's sort of the areas that we have targeted there. And of course, we want to make it implementable. Real actions with measurable outcomes, assign responsible parties, departments, and implementation dates so we can be held accountable for what we produce. It's ultimately a tool to use. And again, we don't want any dust bunnies. We don't want another book on the shelf. So definitely a tool for that. Try to keep it brief, so kind of ran through that. But do you have any questions?
What is no dust bunnies?
No dust bunnies is usually when people make plans. You do these plans 2 or 3 years, you have a great plan, and you just put it on the shelf and never look at it again. So it gathers dust. But we've done a plan. We can say we've done a plan. So we don't want to do that. We want to make a plan that has implementation strategies in there, goals and outcomes and objectives that we can bring back and show.
Go back to your previous slide, Mr. Mayor.
You go ahead. I got a couple of questions when you're done there.
Back to your previous
Slide? Yes, sir.
What's the Cape Fear Valley Annex?
That'd be the north side, Ramsey. The Cape Fear Valley Annex Hospital up there.
Well, you mean where the Cape Fear Clinic or?
Yes, sir. Right there where
Facility
295 is coming in. Yes, sir.
At Andrews Road?
That's the North Pavilion. That's what it is. Okay. Mr. Hurst.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Deaton,
Yes,
we look forward to this comprehensive plan, and we know it's long overdue. I would like, if you could, to add to the areas facing change, Hope Mills Road.
Absolutely.
With the opening of Glensford Drive pretty soon, of course, DOT, I don't know exactly when that'll be set, but that will open up that straight direct line from Hope Mills to Cross Creek Mall. And what you have along Hope Mills Road, as you know, in some of the studies that have been done along Hope Mills Road are outdated or old, and you still have residential small offices along there. So if we can look at that like we did with the overlay district at Cape Fear Valley Medical Center, I'd appreciate that.
That'd be great. Thank you, Mr. Hurst.
Thank you.
Mr. Mahone.
Hey, thanks for the presentation. And I was talking to Mr. Shuford earlier. We have Shaw Heights listed here, even though it's not in the city yet. So I think he agreed that unless the legislature delegation, puts a local bill in to annex that area, we have no influence whatsoever. Whatsoever that gets built in there. Is that how you understand it?
That's how I understand it. Yes, sir.
Okay, and then also with all the various downtown districts, because it says downtown's number one. We got the municipal service district, the different historical districts. We got redevelopment districts. You're going to try to clean all that up and finally, once and for all, say this is the downtown district.
That's what we're trying to do, is basically define what it is. There's so many, like you said, there's so many good plans out there now, but they're all so different as far as their boundaries. We've got historic district, downtown zoning, municipal service, and none of those match up. So what we're trying to do is basically just define what is downtown, and then we can start from there. Thank you.
Mr. Colvin.
How you doing, sir? I appreciate your information. As it pertains to the river, did you have any specific targeted areas of the river? The river kind of expands from the northern end of town down through the downtown and to the southern end. So,
I'll speak, and Scott will correct me if I'm wrong, maybe later. Mostly when you take your trip from down here, downtown, and you go out to the river, there's a lot of areas facing change. There's a lot of industrial development on the river. When you go up, you've got Methodist, you've got Cape Fear River Trail. Some of those areas may not even need to be targeted as much as probably this downtown area as it relates to a gateway coming in, Person, Cedar Creek, that sort of thing. So that's probably where we would focus our attention. You're welcome.
Mr. Arp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you're looking at your comprehensive land use plan, are you also looking at areas on the perimeter of the city that might be influenced by annexation in the future. In the past, we had agreed to municipal influence areas. I think that term has gone away with the General Assembly. But are we going to look at that in the land use plan as well, and are we going to collaborate with the county?
I believe so. And what we're doing here is sort of like I mentioned, instead of doing just a blanket comprehensive plan, focus on the targeted areas, but everything else is going to be filled in. We're not going to leave gaps. So that, I hope that answers your question.
Well, specifically, I think there's certain areas that, you know, based on growth projection models, the building of I-295, and that there might be areas that the city may would have an interest in future growth versus areas where it wouldn't. So I just want to make sure that we're looking at those areas.
Yeah, and again, this basically just a list of us in-house, and hopefully when we get these out there to the public, we can focus on those areas. Like you said, when 295 comes around, all the way around, we're going to see some other areas that will be facing change in the future. So we do want to include those if we can.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, Mr. Denton. In your comprehensive plan, I see you have the VA clinic. Could you expound on that a little bit? And, you know, they're building out west down Rayford Road. Is that what you're pertaining to?
Yeah, exactly.
And so what do you see that area becoming out there?
Well, I think what you'll have with something that large, there's a lot of residential out there, a lot of farmland, agricultural. What you'll tend to see when something like that comes in, a lot of supportive industries want to come, supportive maybe restaurants, offices, you know, outside areas. But what we have is that kind of out there, and then you've got a gap between that and further out there where the Walmart, good middling and all that. So that's what we're looking to focus on, that area there that has a lot of potential for growth that we have not anticipated in the past.
So in your mind with your vision, you said earlier that you guys were doing some brainstorming, you came up with these items. Can you share with us your vision for the city in the sense of this comprehensive plan? What do you see this city in 10 years, you know, based upon your plan 10, 15 years down the road?
That's a very good question. I think what we want to do is to not think so locally, to provide us the opportunity to attract places regionally and throughout the state, throughout the nation, really. There's a lot of things that we do. A lot of people just don't realize what Fayetteville has to offer. So that's what we're going to try and do, and so we can bring more things in here and increase the quality of life that we already have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Mr. McDougall.
Mr. Councilman Wright actually asked a question that I was concerned about, which was VA clinic. But one of the things, if we take any note from the present VA hospital, I don't know you'll get a lot of development around the VA clinic because they're pretty self-sustaining. In other words, they don't. We had an opportunity to purchase a piece of property, and the guy who was trying to sell it to me was telling me that it'd be a perfect place for a drugstore. But VA patients don't go. They get their meds at the same place that they're getting their service. They don't actually go to the drugstore and buy meds. So I don't know. I'd be interested in whatever plan you develop around that clinic.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's definitely different. I think it all depends on the situation, but there are some opportunities out there for things, and we're not sure exactly what those are at the moment.
Yeah, I think the community college had bought a piece of property across the street from there, I believe.
Yes, they
large
have.
piece of property.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Crisp.
I think what we need to focus on with this comprehensive plan, orderly growth and development. If you look back 50 years ago, I'm not so sure the growth was orderly. It was developed, but it wasn't necessarily orderly. And we're paying the price for that now in terms of trying to repair and catch up on infrastructure. You're right about that area because there are some ongoing plans now, not on paper yet, about things across from that VA Medical Center. Also, the VA's approach to medicine is becoming radically different. If you cannot get an appointment within 30 days, you're going to be authorized to go outside and get your health care via the VA sponsorship. So you're right, that's going to be prime property for development. But here's what I want you to consider, and I bring this up in that comprehensive plan, because from Gillis Hill all the way to the county line is growing like weeds in a potato field. And so whatever plan you envision, there's got to be something to be considered there, because the houses, apartments, the growth in Mr. Moan's district out there is becoming phenomenal. Okay? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Crisp. I think planners in all cases, we try to achieve sustainable growth and development, and I think that's what we're going to try and do with this project.
Mayor Pro Tem Davey.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. As you spoke about the river section, I just wanted to make sure we are a little bit more detailed when you're describing the river. The Cape Fear River is a very large area. So of course I'm going to test to the east of the riverside, Cedar Creek Road area. So I just wanted to make sure when you're looking at areas of facing change, if you can do a little bit better job just defining what you mean by river. Because there's quite a few gateways for that. I know you mentioned a couple already, Methodist. You said Cedar, so I wasn't sure exactly what area you were talking about, Cedar Creek. But I want to also make sure that we're focusing on that business park we have out there. And then also over there by the hotels and restaurants, right when you're entering, that has been a concern of not having a proper gateway over there. So people, when they're entering, if they're staying at the hotel, eating at the restaurants there, that they actually know that there's more to Fayetteville on that Cedar Creek Road. There's really not a gateway area.
Great. Thank you very much for that comment.
Mr. Hurst.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This will be brief. Mr. Deaton, just a point of clarification. What is the difference between the 2030 plan, which I don't think has been adopted? Is that county-wide, and this is comprehensive for Fayetteville only, and that's going to be the difference?
Yes, sir.
All right, city. Thank you.
Mr. Colvin.
Yes, sir. One of the areas that I see is missing is a major artery that connects our downtown to Fort Bragg, which is the Murchison Road area. Where is that in your comprehensive plan?
Well, as with any good plan, we want to include those documents. We do have Murchison Road corridor document. We have Ramsey Street corridor, Bragg Boulevard redevelopment corridor. So what we're going to do, we're not going to skip those. We're going to take what we already have and put those together in the plan. So that's why we're focusing on target areas that haven't had any attention. Yeah.
So you'll do a combined plan?
Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, that's the whole goal here. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Colvin. Mr. Deaton, thank you very much. Good job.
Sir.
4.02 is an update of transit. You're going to make me put on my glasses, aren't you? Transit Disadvantaged Business Program. Mr. Hume, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We did not have a PowerPoint presentation. We did have a handout. I hope that it got over here with you. I'm just going to introduce this, and I want to introduce some key staff people that have been working on this. First, I would like to introduce Chanel Harris, who will be presenting. She is our Civil Rights Program Analyst that has been with us since December. Her first task was working on Title VI program, which you just presented. Then Kelly Blasey is the Assistant Director, and she's going to do part of the presentation. And then one key member that has really filled in a lot while until we hired Chanel, and that was Sherry Leggins. And they've been working on this. We do not have our goal calculated yet. Our goal is due August 1st, but because we're not meeting in July, we need to bring this to you at our June 22nd council meeting for the goal to be adopted so we can present it to to federal transit. And we do have a public meeting that we will schedule on June 16th, or have scheduled on June 16th, to get input and outreach to DBEs and others about our goal. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Chanel, who will walk through part of the handout, and then we'll have some questions after that.
Good evening. Well, the FTA requires that transit agencies that are receiving DOT and federal funding develop a disadvantaged business enterprise program. FAST has that program. The program is aimed to remove a lot of the barriers that a lot of small businesses and minority and female-owned businesses may encounter when competing for contracts. So the DBE program seeks to kind of level the playing field a little bit. In order to qualify, they have to go to DOT to actually get certified. The DBE program is very different than the other programs that DOT may offer, such as hubs and small business administration, those type of certifications. However, they do offer a unified certification program, and businesses that are interested in being certified in any of those programs, they can do kind of a one-stop shop to get all of their certifications at once, provided they qualify. For our DBE goal, we're required to submit that every 3 years. In the past, for fiscal year 13, we were at 4.5%. Our goal overall has been set at 6.6%, and that's based on the total market area of the state. We are changing that slightly as we proceed forward with the new goal, but in fiscal year 2013, our goal was 4.5, so we were just under what our projected goal was of 6.6. In 2014, we were at 9.4, and currently for 2015, we're on target for 9%. So we're still above our goal.
Thank you, Ms. Harris.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Kelly Blasey, and I'm going to continue with the handout number 4 on the list, which is goal methodology. As Randy mentioned, we're still calculating our next 3-year goal. Part of that has to do with the second page of the handout, and that outlines the market area that we will be focusing on as we develop that goal. Previously, we looked at the entire state of North Carolina, and we're narrowing those boundaries and looking at a smaller area as far as DBE participation. So we're still collecting information related to that smaller area that will aid us in developing the goal for the next 3 years. When looking at our goal, we take into account all of our projected expenditures during the three-year period that have federal dollars associated with them. We do not look at contracting opportunities for vehicles or for payroll. Those are set aside differently. There is a separate DBE goal that's calculated differently for vehicles. And of course, with payroll, there isn't a contracting opportunity that would be available for that. We then take that information and we separate it out into the NAICS codes, which would be things like plumbing, electric, HVAC, and we look at the opportunity for contracting with DBEs that are certified in those specific areas. Our goal is actually separated into 2 components. It's a race-conscious component and a race-neutral. Race-conscious means that we are establishing a goal specific to a contract that we may be putting out for bid. And with that 6% goal that we have in place right now over the past 3 years, 6.5% of that is actually a race-conscious goal, and 0.1% of that is race-neutral. Race-neutral is any DBE participation that we receive that occurred even when a contract goal was not set. We do plan on having the goal available within the next week to week and a half. We have a meeting, as Randy mentioned, on June 16th, and that will be an opportunity for the public to attend at our facility at Grove Street and review the goal methodology, the changes to the plan that we've made, and ask any questions about it. And so we will have that goal as part of the plan that we bring for approval at the second meeting in June. There have been some changes to the program since the last time that we updated it 3 years ago. The biannual reporting to FTA still occurs, but there are some changes to that report in that we're now reporting ongoing payments. It used to be that we didn't report payments until the contract was actually completed. So that a lot of times there was a big gap from the time that a contract was awarded until the time that we were actually reporting expenditures on that. We are conducting a shortfall analysis, and preparing a corrective action plan if we do fall short of that goal. That's done on an annual basis. We're not required to submit it to FTA, but we do need to have it available if they want to review it at any time. There's been additional guidance from FTA on remedies and actions that can take place if a contractor fails to comply with the DBE provisions. There's, I think, 24 pages of DBE provisions that we include in any contracting opportunities, and they're required to sign all of that documentation stating that they understand the rules that go along with the program. And then the final piece, which Chanel is helping with greatly, is an enhanced outreach effort. So we're working on plans to partner with NCDOT to provide training on a more regular basis, and also provide businesses with a state contact, someone that they can call and get information on how to become certified as a DBE, and we'll act as that liaison as well. We don't actually take part in the certification of the companies. That has to be done through NCDOT, but we can provide them with the information that they need and a contact at the agency to help them move along that course. And again, as I mentioned, we'll be meeting on June 16th for additional public outreach as it relates to the program update and the goal setting for the next 3 years. Are there any questions?
Mr. Colvin.
Yes, ma'am. I thank you for that. Just a couple questions. One, I heard you say that the area or the market that you were using as a base was a statewide. Is that really an accurate perception of the capacity for this area if you're looking at a whole state?
It really isn't, and that's why we're changing it. When we were looking at DBE opportunities before and taking the whole state into consideration, we were finding that the people that were responding to the proposals were in a smaller area. So we want to narrow the boundaries for the area that we're looking at. It doesn't mean that people and companies outside of those boundaries can't apply or respond to those bid opportunities, but as far as setting the goal and being more realistic in our numbers, we decided that it would be a better idea to narrow the boundaries.
Have you identified your new
We have. It's on page 2. It outlines the new area that we'll be focusing on.
Okay, and the second question is, I heard you say that only those programs that receive federal dollars are you having participation goals. Is that correct?
Yes. When we are calculating our goals, we're projecting our expenditures out over the next 3 years, and we're only looking at expenditures that have federal money associated with them, because that's how we have to report on it. We only report in terms of federal dollars, not in total dollars.
So I understand that that's the federal requirement, but being that you're utilizing tax dollars for other programs, you don't have any internal goals for DBE participation for your other programs that are not federally funded?
We haven't set any other goals, no.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, thank you for what you've done thus far with this program, but I have a couple of questions for you. Disadvantaged business enterprises, I see, consist of minority, women-owned businesses. In your research, what is considered as a viable disadvantaged business enterprise? Can you explain to me how you break that down? Because I'm looking at just the kind of fairness when it comes to minority businesses. When you have women-owned businesses, that's considered minority businesses, with 51% of the company owned by a woman. Is that right?
There's a separate identifier on the reporting that we do that determines if it's a woman-owned business versus a minority-owned business. And that all takes place during the certification part with NCDOT. So we're not looking at that as far as certification. When we are looking at our goals, or when we put a contracting opportunity out, the firm has to have already been certified by NCDOT. So NCDOT is the one that's looking at that company to determine if they qualify to be certified as a
NCODT?
North Carolina Department of Transportation.
Okay, right. Now, my question and concern is legitimate disadvantaged businesses. if it's a woman that has 51% ownership of the business and her husband is a part of that business, and it's a Caucasian business, a white-owned business, does that woman that's a Caucasian qualifies as minority business, and is that a legitimate minority business? Do you look at that?
We don't. That's part of the certification process with the state. So the state goes into great detail with the application process, and that's part of the reason that a lot of companies haven't become certified as DBEs. Sometimes they find the process to be intimidating, and that's one of our goals as part of our outreach program, is to reach out to companies in the area and give them more information about the program, how they can become certified, the process that they need to go through with NCDOT, have somebody from NCDOT come and explain that process, and then give them that point of contact to work with them in hopes that we will have more organizations become certified as DBEs with the state.
Excellent, excellent. My last question, Mr. Mayor, if you will. I see the achievements in 2013, 14, and 15, and your goal from 12 to 15 was 6.6%, but here you have 9% to date. Is that an achievement? And can you explain to me what that percentage is? How are you counting the percentage of achievement?
Sure. That percentage is calculated based on the total expenditures that occurred that had federal dollars associated with them, and of that, how much was given to companies that were DBE certified. And part of that calculation includes money that has been spent or awarded for the contract with the multimodal center. And we've also had several contracts that have gone out for some sidewalk work that had DBE participation that we didn't necessarily anticipate. And that's part of the challenge in developing the 3-year goal, is looking at the total expenditures that you expect and what you think that DBE participation will be. So we have exceeded that in years 2 and 3.
Okay, I said it was my last question, Mayor, but I have one more. Okay, is that okay? Yes, when it comes to contracts for the DBE companies, in your experience, and I don't know how broad that is when it comes to contracting, do you see that there is a problem with DEBs competing with contracts, so that they know how to contract properly to be able to be competitive in that market? How do you see that?
I think on the bigger projects, the participation tends to come in more with subcontractors. And part of the outreach that we did with the multimodal center was, before the project went out to bid, we held a meeting and we had representatives from NCDOT come, and we invited certified DBEs to come to the meeting to provide a networking opportunity for those that might be bidding as prime bidders on the contract, so that the primes were aware of DBEs that would be interested, and the DBEs would be aware of prime contractors that may be bidding, so that they could get in contact with them and let them know that they were interested and wanted to be part of the project. So we do see participation. We see more prime participation with DBEs on smaller projects like our sidewalk and concrete work, and we've had quite a bit of participation in those areas.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Mr. Chris.
Obviously, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking like the person at home. I got a small business. I don't know if I qualify. I don't pour concrete. I'm not a cement finisher. What are some other examples that might fall into contracts under this program?
Really, DBE certification can occur in any type of business. The DBE part of it doesn't necessarily have to do with the type of work that they are providing. It's more the way the business is set up, the size of the business. So there are DBE vendors that provide consulting services, or they might sell office supplies, or upholsterers for vehicles. So there are a lot of contracting opportunities out there, and that's part of the outreach effort that we plan on implementing, is letting people know that might not necessarily know that they would qualify to be a DBE business, that there is a process for them to go through and they can apply, and we'll work with them and CDOT.
Well, you say you've achieved your goal. You reported that you achieved it in FY 2013 and 14 and now 15. How do these disadvantaged businesses know what's available? Because I heard you just say, I think I heard you say we intend to notify them. How are you going to?
Well, we make all of our contracting opportunities available. We put bids out just like you would with any other contract, where the information is available on our website and it's available through the PwC website, so that people are aware of the contracting opportunities. What I'm talking about as far as intending is working with them on, for those organizations that aren't already certified as DBEs, letting them know what the process is about, giving them more information so that they can determine if they would qualify to be certified. But the actual opportunities for contracting are always made publicly available.
So is this an area, Mr. Hume and young lady, is this an area where our city economic development team might be able to help people go through the maze and land a contract?
Yes, sir, it is. I think that we can work together. One of the things that, and one of the reasons we hired Chanel, was to enhance that outreach. So that third bullet that's on this handout is we can assist the development of firms so they can compete. So to answer some of the previous questions, is that somebody that may not know about, we want to make them know about the available opportunities. We also want to try to get more of our businesses certified, so they help us meet the goal, and we can help them get that business.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Kelly, very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Hume, I think you're back.
Yes, sir.
4.03. Tell us about the Fast Transit Multimodal Center, please.
Sit. Okay. Thank you again, Mayor and Council. Just one second here, get my bearings here. I do thank you for the opportunity to talk about our Fast Transit Center and some of the issues that you maybe have heard about our center. I'd like to start with a little bit of a background concerning our budget. That budget is $12,150,000. That is made up of two grants. One of them you just received last week. And this slide also presents a breakdown of that funding between NCDOT and the city. And you see the city's share of that $12,150,000 is $1,428,000. You awarded the contract in August of 2014. That contract was actually executed in October, and we gave notice to proceed with CSI, our contractor, in December of 2014. And in that, we also did a change order after that for them to do the soil remediation, which I'll talk to you about. CSI, of course, is a local firm, and we also had a substantial amount of DBE participation. Our goal was 10.4%. We got 10.38%, and we think we're going to actually exceed that. And our largest DBE is actually our electrical contractor with MWBEC Electric, which is about $1.2 million of this project. As you've seen, the progress has been slow, and we've had a number of issues that we've had to work with. The first is, as I mentioned before, soil remediation. That involved the removing, the testing, and then disposing of that dirt that had some potential contaminants in that. And that was much more costly than we originally thought it would be. Second, or changes that have been made to utilities as we're getting these utility permits so we can do the work. I will say that was not properly wrapped up before we bid and gave notice to proceed, and that has caused us some problems. And then the next item is construction oversight. When we have retained a local engineer to assist us with that contract administration and oversight, because I'm certainly not an engineer and a construction expert. And when we got our first grant, actually the city was going to provide that service for us, but that position last year was eliminated in the budget. So we had to get somebody that knew what they were doing to accomplish that. And so we've tried to absorb that in the budget, but it is very very difficult, and normally that is not part of our construction budget. We've also worked to reduce our cost of construction. I think I mentioned that when we did award the contract, we had identified some value engineering items. We have worked on those. Those have not all been processed yet. We're right now in the process of processing about $120,000 of cost reductions from that original contract that will help us save some budget. And we have a couple others that have a significant and hopefully will have a significant impact and help us with that. But that does give us a very strained budget situation with our project. The next item, and again, I apologize, this was a slide that was not in your handout or your presentation that was first sent out, but I did want to give you an overview of our schedule. The contract was for, as it was bid, was for an 18-month construction period. That's 540 days. That substantial completion, according to the contract, is June 17th, 2016. When we got our initial schedule from CSI, they noted that they could do it more quickly than that, which we were very, very pleased. And that initial schedule was March 4th, 2016. And that included actually the removal of the soil and hauling it off as DENA required. Our current schedule that we got, I think it was the week before last as our meeting, is a substantial completion of May 19th, 2016. That's been impacted by a couple items. We have had, particularly right in the December timeframe, and later we've had some wet weather situations that have held up work, but the bigger issues have been really related to utilities that we need to get in place so we can proceed with other parts of the construction. Here's a summary of our budget situation.
Mr. Hume, go into
Yes,
what does that mean? What's utilities in place before we can move forward? What does that mean?
Our biggest issues with utilities was, as I mentioned, we did not have that. I was not aware. I mean, I should have been aware, I guess, but we did not have all of our utilities wrapped up with all the utility company, particularly with NCDOT and PwC, in terms of having them signed off and having all of our approved permits. So once we started the project and we started getting those permits, both PwC and NCDOT required some changes to our construction plans. And so making those changes has impacted both budget and impacted our schedule. Okay. Again, this is a summary of our budget, and this is based on our latest estimate, particularly as it relates to the utilities. As you can see, we had an initial contract at $11,625. Based on the additional costs that we anticipate we will experience, we're already at a construction cost of $12,070,000. We have some other costs, as I mentioned. We have the normal testing and inspections, and then that oversight that I mentioned, the services for that oversight. And then there are a few other items that needed to be done in this project, particularly related to some tying in of our systems to our passenger information system. That is another item that's in there, and that brings us down to, without any other funding, without any other cost reductions, of being $12,602, which I will show would be over what we have budgeted, because we have put all of those in there. We have identified some other grants that we have identified and are available to help with this project. One specifically related to our security system. We have a separate grant for the security system, which can pick up part of this contract. Another one is a a grant that we have that had the professional services through a budget revision. Those professional services can be moved over there, and again, that relieves the construction budget, so they're not paying, are not having to pay for all of that. We do have about 170 of contract savings that we're anticipating, so that gives us a total expected expenditure now, that's without any other unexpected items, of just over $12 million. Again, our budget is $12,150, so we're about $126,000 contingency left, but that's not very much for this contract at this point in the contract. This slide outlines the methods that we've identified that we'd like to do to boost that contingency. And again, that is contingency. It's not that we're committing to spend that, but it is contingency we have available to make sure we can complete the project. First, as I noted earlier, we are looking at additional savings. We have a couple items that our contractor is looking at that might, again, save us as much as $100,000 more. And in fact, the utility estimate right now, we had a meeting last week that might save us some on those utilities. So again, there's some potential for some significant savings there that again helps the situation. The other options would involve what we might call repurposing some funding. And for instance, our preventive maintenance grant every year, if we do not spend that, and that is actually matched in our operating budget, if we do not spend the total amount of that grant, we have to spend that on other capital items. And so we have the ability to move some of the preventative maintenance savings into, say, professional services or one of the other items to help, again, to help this budget. And so that would be another item. A grant amendment would be an addition to an existing grant, which means we have to go through the grant application process with FTA. And then I did include NCDOT match. We will request, and this year when it comes around, ask for match for this recent grant that we got. I don't want to give you any false hopes that we're going to get that grant, because NCDOT's situation is not very bright right now. Last year they did not match anything except replacement vehicles in the entire state. So in that way, it is something we will attempt, but it's not something I can say I'm real positive that we would get. Again, our target contingency would be about 4.5% for about $525,000. We have $126,000 there. So in total expenditures is about $400,000 more that we need. If that's 20% matched, that's $80,000 locally that we would need to have to successfully complete the project. Another item I wanted to bring to your attention, and I think has been mentioned in at least one news report, has been that the issue of Greyhound coming to our center. And Greyhound, when we were designing this project, had no interest at all in being involved in moving and helping us with the project. Once we had bid the project and ready to go, they contacted us and said, we think we'd like to participate. So the item or the advantages of that, I would say, is that it enhances the whole multimodal concept in terms of tying different modes together in one location. So this would be Greyhound moving their current operation from what's on Person Street over to our transit center. It does produce, as we would propose, if we negotiate a favorable agreement, a pretty substantial revenue stream that would help support our operations of the center and our operations in transit. We have reviewed their space needs, both what additional space they need and the improvements they would need. We also have looked at what spaces we can share as we would put this together. And we've had that meeting. We reviewed with Federal Transit what would their requirements be and what items they would match if a grant, they really, any additional stuff with the Greyhound, they would not participate in right now as a match. So any improvements we would be, as I mentioned later, we would be looking that to come from Greyhound. And so we've had a cost estimate from that. We've developed a lease proposal, which again would be one that would produce a substantial revenue stream for the future. This next slide gives a little bit of our design concept, I guess you'd say, of Greyhound moving in. It was identified in our bid. The shaded area is what we're actually building. The other Tenant E and anything else in there are spaces that we're not actually building at this time. But The Tenant D space is what Greyhound would occupy, which is right next to our space in the entryway. They would have a storefront there, and they would have an exit out to the bus area. They would like to use up to 6 bays. And so that's what would be in there. The other side of it sort of is a rough drawing of how they would use that space and tie into our shared space. Just for your information, in terms of the lease proposal, as I've presented and I've reviewed with both finance and with real estate, but we've not made, I want to make clear, we've not made any proposal to Greyhound as yet. But the Greyhound would pay for any additional improvements to bring their space up, as well as any changes that would have to be made out at the bus bays. We would be seeking a market lease rate for the retail space that they would use. We would look for them to share in the capital cost of the bus bays and canopies part that they would use, as well as the shared areas of customer waiting and the public restrooms. We also would look for them to share in our ongoing operating cost, the maintenance, utilities, and security. And so with that, seeking direction in terms of whether or not we should proceed with negotiating something with Greyhound. And with that, I would be pleased to answer any questions.
I am lit up like a Christmas tree over here, Mr. Hume. Mr. Crisp.
Mr. Hume, what are you asking us for? $400,000 contingency?
Tonight, I'm wanting to apprise you of our situation, that we have very little contingency left.
My question, Mr. Hume, are you asking us for $400,000 for contingency?
That is what I'm saying, that we need, through a combination of those items identified, to come up with that.
Let me put the question another way. Where are you going to get $400,000?
It would be, as I mentioned, part of it could be through savings that I hope we can get and reduce that $400,000. The other part would be repurposing. The next part would be repurposing some of our other budget items to make sure we have enough funds to do that. So I'm not asking for additional. Hopefully, I'm not wanting to ask for additional city funding.
But in the meantime, you need $400,000 on standby. Is that right?
I do not need it this time, but I want to come back I hope I can come back with a better plan.
Okay.
Once we better know
yes, sir.
The true cost.
All right, I'm shaking my head because Mr. Moan and Mr. Hurst, y'all remember 5.5 years ago, Doug Hewitt stood right there. See, when you live as long as I have, you got experience in a lot of areas. And I had a transportation battalion that hauled fuel, and we had fuel spills. And I knew what the remediation was. And he stood right there and told us there was no problem, that DENA had certified the ground over there as being ready, and then you come in and tell us you had to spend $280,000 to remove contaminated soil.
We did. I think that is something that was underestimated when we awarded the contract, because, and that included not only the removing of the soil, it included the testing of the soil, which was a consultant, and it also involved the actual disposing of the soil at the county landfill, because even though it was well below any thresholds, we still had to pay the county a substantial amount to take our dirt.
Okay. I'm trying to get a clear picture now. You may need $400,000 down the road somewhere.
That's correct.
We're moving ahead with the project. There may be some modification necessary, and that might be why you may need some $400,000 contingency. And now the Greyhound may come in if we approve with a lease agreement that would provide some operating revenue. Ever got it?
That's right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Crisp. Mr. Arp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Voorhees, and Randy, thank you. I want to ask these questions, Mr. Voorhees, if I can. While you're coming up, if I recall, and the press releases on the multimodal center, back in 2012 and 2013, we were saying this project was just over $10 million. But now we're looking at about $12,555,000. So that's, the cost has gone up, and I know there's things unforeseen. So one of the questions I asked when I looked at this briefing package was, there's no schedule and no milestones that was presented to us, and I think that's imperative. If we're going to talk about government oversight, I'd like to see a schedule and milestones so I can track the movement of this project. I think Mr. Crisp was absolutely right. You know, we talked about there was no remediation requirement, and now there's a $250,000 remediation requirement. So I think a set of milestones and a schedule would be very beneficial to us. Is that something we can look forward to in the future?
So we have a project completion date. You'd like to have maybe interim schedule dates?
I'd like to see a project schedule. I'm used to seeing project schedules that have certain milestones. And
We'd be more than happy to have our construction management consulting firm share the project schedule with you. They have one, and we'd be happy to share it with council.
Okay. Who's the program manager for the city on this?
Which firm is that, Randy?
It's
Mormon Kaiser.
Mormon Kaiser and Reitzel.
They're the program manager for the entire project.
There are
construction manager
for construction. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure they've got one. If they've got one, I'd like to see it. And then I'd like to see a glide slope that shows, are we on cost? Are we going to, I mean, what I'm looking at tonight is we're creeping above the cost we projected on this. And if we use the $10 million cost that was originally projected, you know, we're already about 20% over cost. And so I'd like to see that so we can make sure that we're staying on cost. I think that would be beneficial for them. So the question I have too is, has the project been modified? Was the building modified? Was there a requirement to modify the building?
Plans had to be redrawn, correct?
I'm not quite sure what you're referring to. I know that we have a larger shell space that was designed. We're building something less than the total
Yeah,
project.
that's what I'm asking, because when I looked at this, and I don't know what I don't know, but we talked about there were some cost savings, some modifications, so that's why I'm asking, have we modified the building?
Well, we modified the scope that would be constructed to conform to the budget. I think we briefed that some months back, that we were not going to build the entire designed project. The design for the whole site anticipated potentially additional tenants.
But we didn't change the building itself. I mean, we just said we're not going to build Section E.
That's correct.
Right, but we didn't change the building.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
We haven't changed the building. We've changed some finishes and some things like that.
We're working through a VE schedule, I'm sorry, a value engineering schedule to potentially reduce certain costs on, as Mr. Hume said, finishes. One example that was pointed out to us by, I forget the source, but it was the type of concrete finishes out in the Bus Bay area. It was some sort of stamped or colorized concrete, and the thought was maybe a brushed finish, just a standard brush finish would be a savings. That kind of thing could produce some savings.
Okay, all right. So one of the bullets was we've got a strained budget. I just want to make sure I understand what we mean by a strained budget.
Well, as I understand it, Council Member, a best practice would be to have a contingency level going into the construction that gave you a certain amount of flexibility to overcome unforeseen circumstances. And so we've identified that level to be in the 4% range would be desirable. We have a less than 4%, mostly due to the two major factors of soil remediation and then trying to accommodate the project construction management inside the budget versus outside the budget, which was the original plan. You know, that's just sort of a question of how you're accommodating that cost. If we had shown that original cost inside the budget in the first place, the number would be a little bit different. But those two drivers, drawdown contingency that's available, Mr. Hume has identified some other sources other than tax dollars to accommodate those because we'd be more comfortable with a 4% contingency.
Maintaining a 4% contingency.
Yes,
okay, on the utility issue, and this will be my last question, Mr. Mayor. On the utility issue, we talked about there were some cost expansion there because of utility issues, and we said, you know, there was an issue with PWC and permitting, and I'm a little baffled. I'm the liaison, and this is the first I'm hearing this. So can you help me with that?
Absolutely. I don't think that there's any issue with PwC, hence no direct communication with you on that. Frankly, I think this was a shortcoming in the part of the designer. It is our expectation that the design firm would have secured all permits prior to construction. That was part of their requirement. They let us down. We're having conversations with them about what they can do to help recover that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Thank you, Mr. Hume.
Mr. Hurst.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question was answered, I think, by regarding the delays because of the utility permitting from NCDOT and PwC. But if I may ask Mr. Hume, on the lease proposal, I would need a little bit more information. Councilmember Crisp was correct in saying that Councilmembers Moan, Chris, myself were here and pretty much had to sell the multimodal to the neighbors, the business owners in the hospital and all of that because they thought it would be moving the Greyhound bus terminal up here along a major gateway. So if this goes through, I just need a little bit more information about what it would bring from there up here. I can see how it would help cover the cost and everything, and it would be good to have it kind of as a big package deal, and especially since it fits. But when you're looking at Person Street, and I've been over to the police station and looked at all the TV screens and see all the activity along Person Street, I just want to make sure that we're not bringing that up here to the MMTC. So thank you, Mr. Hume.
I certainly understand.
So more information on that, and perhaps the statistics that Chief Medlock can bring would be beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurst. Mr. Moan. Mr. Wright.
Yes, I just have a question. A lot of my questions were really cleared up, but the solid or the soil mediation, that 253 amount. Could you explain to me what was there on that location prior to you building that will cause that type of soil contamination that was not foreseen prior to?
There was a former dry cleaning plant there.
Okay.
It was, in terms of the contamination or some contamination there, that was foreseen, but the level of the contaminant was extremely low. And so, but it was part of the state's DISCA program, dry cleaning. I can't remember what all DISCA stands for, but it's their dry cleaning remediation program. And so that they looked at that. What they required, and again, this came a little later in the process, is they required us to, and this was a negotiation, to do 10 roll-off containers, and then they tested the level. And once it was tested and it proved that it was well below threshold, then we could take it to the landfill just like we would normal dirt. But it did have a level of contaminant, I mean, significantly less than threshold, that the landfill then would not take it as regular dirt.
So you knew going into it that the soil was contaminated?
We knew that it was part of the DISCA program, and we knew that there was some dry cleaning solvent in the soil that had been monitored, yes.
So you just didn't know how bad it was, which then equated to $253,000 additional monies that was not.
Actually, we did not know how bad it was, but it did not test out any worse than what we thought it was. What really amounted to was the fact that Diener required us to do this special removement process, and then after we removed it, then because it had a very low level of contaminant, the landfill would not take it as normal, normal cover, so it wasn't normal dirt, which they would take for free. But otherwise, they made us pay for so much per ton.
Thank you.
Ms. Jensen.
Yes, I was going to talk a little bit about the contamination of the soil. In reality, I think we got out pretty good with the $250,000. And my understanding, I have a little bit of knowledge of dry cleaning and land, that Diener kind of changed their way of thinking in the past few years. So I can see where this came up. I mean, it's a legitimate thing that it came up, and for us to have to only spend, and I don't mean to say only, but for $250,000, I think we did pretty daggone good.
I did not let him to spend the money, though.
Mr. Hume or Mr. Voorhees, I had heard about having to rework the plans or the foundation plans because we had 2 pylons that weren't included. You have any idea what I'm speaking of?
Yes, sir. There were 2 pylons, they call them rigid inclusions, that were not poured at the time, but they were not lined up properly either. And so we've put that back on the designers to correct, because they've made an adjustment in terms of moving the foundation over those to make sure they're over the pylons properly.
So the plans had to be redone?
Just it was a field change that was made, so it did not require a major redesign, but it is something that was discovered, and again we're back on the designers to take care of that.
How long did that set us back, timeline?
It may have set us a couple of weeks. That's not been the major item.
All right, thank you very much. Council, at your request, we'll take a 10-minute break now.
Yeah, but they still have to show. I mean, if it's one of the 7 different. But if it's a small fraction of the daily difference, there you go. That was when oh, I was correcting on that. Somebody gave it 4. Has it been 3 for 35? People drinking. Well, I know. Yeah, and we should have explained that better. You're right. Well, but increasing its size of the department and adding staffing to different hours because we had 8 stations. We didn't add 8 stations with people in 10 stations. Right. Staffing issues. This is for sure. Put it in our bullet notes. We were trying to push, Thank you. I know.
All right, we'll come back into session. Move to item number 4.04, and that is with the Alliance, and welcome Joanna and Russ.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be here this evening. Actually, as I know it, there's three things that I'm here to talk with you all about tonight. The first being the handout that I set at your tables while you were in break, and that is our third quarter report. Secondly would be a little bit of an update on our marketing activities and efforts here over the past quarter plus. And then third, we'll talk a little bit about where the Alliance goes from here. So if you would, please, I don't expect you to get through all this in a short period of time. I don't plan to spend a large amount of time going through the numbers, but if you turn to page 1, you'll see an update on current projects, the active projects, economic development projects, micro, idle, dead, and announced. And you'll see it broken down by target industry and then the dollar amounts that these projects could involve if we were so astronomically pleased to land every one of them. And that being said, on the next page over, you'll see capital investments and employment impact. You'll note for the third quarter, as well as the second quarter, we have not had any announcements of jobs or investment. We had some in the first quarter, but we had none in the second and third. We did have a direct impact announcement in the first quarter of 113 positions, and that was DACO and AP Alternatives. DACO expanded to another 100,000 square feet, and AP Alternatives is the group that's putting together solar panels for a lot of these solar projects around the region. Following that is existing industry and retention update. As you know, we visit some 75 companies a year, and you'll see the breakdown of types of companies, and as well as some decent information coming from our existing industries, how they rank some of our services, the top 5 and the bottom 5, some of their issues. Fortunately, there are no company closures on the list or that we're aware of. We also have some information in here about our federal advocacy efforts as well. So please, go ahead and take a good look at that. And then in the back is our local economy at a glance. So as you have reviewed that, have questions, would like to ask. Obviously, I can answer some tonight, but if you in the future want to just give me a call or have me come back, I'd be more than happy to do so. I know it's a lot of information to digest in a short period of time, but while we're not as pleased with the job announcements, I believe we've really ramped up our efforts to market this year. And with me tonight I have Joanna Colbert. Joanna joined us back in August, and primary reason for that is to be our recruiter. One of the things that we found is that, quite frankly, when you're running an organization and you have trips scheduled and you get a project comes in and you get distracted and not able to hit all the key opportunities that we wanted to. So Joanna agreed to join us in August. Her background is she started out the Indianapolis Regional Partnership. I worked with her in the Charlotte Regional Partnership, and she left Charlotte to go to Houston Regional Partnership. So
Joanna, excuse me, yes, Russ, Joanna, you have one of the best jobs in the world. Would you tell this council what you do?
Sure. I'm excited about being here, and thank you for allowing me to. I think the last 10 months that I've been here, I really haven't had an opportunity to address all of you at once. I think individually I've met a few of you, but I'm excited about being here, so thank you for having me. So if you think about marketing and business development, you think about telling your story about a community. I mean, I don't know if anyone has an online dating profile, but you want to be the only person telling your story. And so with my job and what I've been tasked with, I want to tell the story about Fayetteville. I want to get out, meet with people, tell them, we're open for business. It's not the old Fayetteville you may know or you may not know at all. So my goal is to really get out there, establish those relationships, and really be on the forefront of their minds when they're working with a project or working with a company, and when they're considering community, that they think of us. So that's really my sole purpose. So with that, if you look at page 11,
I have included some information from my last quarter, and that really just, every time I go on a visit, I come back and I talk a little bit about where I've been, who have I met with, how many people, and what we've discussed. And so that's available anytime I come back from a visit. So if you ever want that information, you can call myself or you can call Russ, and I would be more than happy to let you know where I've been and what I've been doing. So with that being said, over the past year, I'm pretty happy to report what we've done. I mean, I've met with over 100 consultants. I literally went through each time. I came back with my summary and counted the number of consultants, and those are direct visits. Those are not people I'm calling on the phone or email. I've met with over 100 consultants face to face, and that's good news, because either one, they haven't heard about Fayetteville, or two, they know Fayetteville, but they only know us as Fort Bragg or Fayetteville. And I hate to say it, but that's what it is. And then I have met with about 20 companies in conjunction with the Southeast region, and those are direct company visits. They may have a project on the horizon, they may not, but they have given us an opportunity to come talk with them and share our story about our community. So really, if something was to happen, it's just best to get in on the ground level. So when they think of expansion or relocation, Fayetteville could be an opportunity for them. Some of the things that I wanted to share too, feedbacks from do I have any questions before I move on to what? Or is this the time? I've never presented, so I don't know how to do this. Okay. So some of the feedback from the consultants that I've received, we'll start with the good, obviously, that we have some real estate. We have some available buildings, we have some available land, so I really think we're in a good position from that standpoint to be attractive to some companies and consultants. Secondly, we're fairly close to a major metro. Raleigh is about an hour away, Charlotte is 2.5 hours away, but we're really in a prime location, just being right off 95. That's a positive. A lot of companies and consultants are questioning, are you by an interstate? And that's a positive for us. So us being in that location is something that's looked upon in a positive way. Some of the challenges that I encounter when I'm out is probably from a 30,000 foot, what's going on with the state? What's going on with incentives there? When there's a question about a state that kind of makes people gun shy of what they're going to do, or should we really consider North Carolina? So that's from a 30,000 foot standpoint. Locally, again, I mentioned that sometimes they only relate us to Fort Bragg. You know, you don't have industry there, or why would we a company want to look there? Do you have a workforce? Do you have all these other things that a company would consider before they come to your community? And that leads me to something that we really need to work on, that Russ is going to probably talk a little bit more about, is our workforce. They're questioning, it's a good and a bad. You have military, but what are the exiting military? What's their skill set? You know, can we come there and be able to staff our company? Do you have people who have this sort of skill set? Do you have they are looking for a number of people with a certain skill set, and when we're able to supply that helps them get a better understanding of what our community can offer. Because number one, people are not going to go where they can't have the workforce for their company, and so that's why we hopefully, Russ is going to talk a little bit more about that, but embarking on.
Yeah, the quantifying of that workforce. And I've talked to you before about us going out and saying, look, we've got 6,000 soldiers a year coming off of Fort Bragg, and that is replenished annually. So that's a workforce feeder, much like a university. The follow-up questions are, do they stay here, and what are their skill sets? And that's where our challenge has been, trying to accomplish gathering that sort of data that we can produce for those consultants, because believe me, they're not taking any community moving forward without a detailed analysis of the workforce skill sets, all right, that matches that company. So I'm pleased to say that although I'm not able to announce tonight, one of the things that we do is we ask questions of the consultants as well. You know, what are some best practices? And Joanna and I said, come on, let's find out if anybody's out there doing a good job on the military workforce. And we found a community that's doing a survey. And they're able to do a quarterly report to kind of outline some really key data. So we're efforting at the moment to maybe pursue that and see if we can't get a survey done here at Fort Bragg, and we're just getting started, so we haven't had a chance to really speak and get all the approvals lined up. But if we can get that, I think we can capture some of the data that we really need to, when we speak about the soldier, and be able to define what that means. You know, what does that mean in terms of skill sets and MOS and college education and intent to stay and so on and so forth. So we're excited about that. Also, I think once we get something like that launched, then we could do another pure workforce study that dives into the entire community and blend that information in. And therefore, I think we would have our first true comprehensive look at the workforce available to us and two companies in Fayetteville and Cumberland County. So pretty excited about that opportunity, and hopefully in the next 30, 60 days I'll be coming to you and showing you what that looks like.
With that, I wanted to add too that I'm not happy with the numbers either, but I think the important thing is to stay out there, and you really have to have someone continuing marketing your community. If not, they're going to fall to the bottom of the list. It's about building relationships, being out there, communicating with them what you want them to know. Tell them your story. And I think the important thing for us to remember is that it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And companies are not going to jeopardize where they're at and their employees. They're not going to make the decision lightly. So yes, we would like to say that we wish, a company would announce tomorrow, but it's just not that easy. And it's going to take time, and it's going to take deliberate efforts to continuously tell our story about the community and hopefully bear some fruits in the future. That's really kind of what I've been hearing out there, and what I see just with my experience. It takes time, and I think if we stay the course, we can make some positive things happen in the community.
So on top of that touch visit, we're also doing the web marketing. We're also doing working with the regional folks and also with the state. The state incentives, not having that figured out yet, is an issue for the state and therefore an issue for us. The region has picked up their game quite a bit. Out of the 30 projects we're working right now, though, 15 of them came as direct referrals to us. So there are contacts, there are outreach, whereas 6 and 9 came from the state and the region. So as they pick theirs up, and as our efforts continue, and as we get Fayetteville out there, we think that project count's going to pick up. And then we're also going to be fishing in the waters where the fish are going to bite, right? I mean, you got to find the projects that are right for our community, and we continue to work and dive down on that so that we can make that happen. Another thing I wanted to give you an update on is that, knowing what the consultants are thinking is an important thing. We hear this every day, but we're going to bring in Site Selection Group on the 11th and 12th, and they're going to do a mock visit to our community. And they're going to act as if they're looking for a project, a manufacturing project, and a back office project. Mm-hmm. And we're going to go through the whole traditional RFI, RFP process, the visit. And during that visit, we'll have a dinner and a lunch opportunity that I would love to have as many of you as possible one time attend either the dinner or the lunch, and I'll get that out there. And that'll be a chance for you all to talk to consultants who do this on a regular basis and ask them any question you want. And the beauty of going through this process is they're going to give us feedback on how we did. Where maybe we're weak in terms of our process and how we handle it, or even with maybe the numbers from a community perspective, some things that we can do differently. So we're excited about it. It'll be a good opportunity not only for us and our team, but I think you all in the community to interact with consultants. Much time when they come in with projects, there's no time for that. It's just they're cranking out and moving on to the next community. So we're going to have that on June 11th and 12th.
Okay.
So hopefully I'll be sending some communications out to you on that so that you have it. And then moving forward, I would like to really for us all to consider strongly some kind of image campaign, some kind of coordinated effort, something to where we're really getting the message out in many fronts, not just economic development, not just the chamber, not just CVB. Can we as a group be communicating what great assets we have here in Fayetteville and Cumberland County? So you'll hear more about that a little later as well. Any questions on the marketing side?
Yes, Mr. Hurst.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, as a point of privilege, I'd like to welcome to the council chambers my good friend George Brees, who's the Chamber of Commerce Chair, and his great work with Jack on the task force. And I trust that and have faith that this transition from the with the Alliance and the Chamber will be smooth. Ms. Colbert, welcome to Fayetteville, Cumberland County. And you're correct. It is a marathon, and it's going to take some time. You had mentioned that you had seen 100 consultants. How many direct companies did you say? I didn't.
It's 15 at this point.
15
Yes,
at this point. You know, I just got this just a few minutes ago, and I want to contact you all tomorrow and ask some more specific questions. And you're right, the quarterly report this quarter and the last quarter doesn't look very good, and I know it's not all your responsibility in marketing and recruiting the industry, but less than 1/2% is industry in the community, and that's certainly a target for us here as elected officials. And I know that what we've got to do is set policy to create Fayetteville as a marketable, attractive place for business and industry. It's our task. We know we need to do that and work with y'all, and so we don't want to point fingers at you when results aren't happening. But what is it more specifically, and we can talk about it tomorrow since we're probably on television, what is it that is not closing the deal? I mean, I hear reports in South Carolina, our neighbor, and I know a lot of that has to do with the relationship between the governor and all that stuff. But, I mean, industry is just moving all around us, but not here. What is it that we're missing?
I don't think it's any one thing, to be perfectly honest with you.
Not.
And that's what's so tough about our business. It's each project's unique in and by itself. So if Project 1 looked at us and decided they'd locate in Tennessee, that was for that particular reason. So Project 2 could be a completely different reason. So honestly...
But we're marketable,
We're
right?
marketable, and we have not gotten our message out consistently. So we're not getting in the game on some projects that we should be.
So I want to add, sorry.
So define, Ms. Colbert, your marathon. Are we talking about 3 years, 5 years, or...
I'll answer that.
Some council members are getting a little anxious, with all due respect.
No, I understand. Let me give you one example, and I can probably give you example out of example. I went on one visit, I was speaking with a consultant, and when you're there, that's when the information starts flowing. And they're like, well, I am working on a project here that you could be eligible for, but they want to be in a central time zone. So that knocks us out there. So that's just one example. Another one I was with, oh, well, we're working on this. It could be a good fit for your area, but they want to be in close to a metro area of 1 million or more people. So there's so many things, even though you're there, and yes, we have a great community. Yes, there are some things that we probably need to work on too, but if it just doesn't fit for that particular project, it just doesn't fit. And like Russ said, there's a number of reasons why it doesn't work, and it's so fluid that you really can't say one reason why we're not having more success. It's a combination of things.
Yeah, so the better education we can give, particularly the consultants, because they're the ongoing folks, then they're going to come up with projects and it's going to ring a bell. They're going to say, yep, we talked to them, and you know what, they're really strong here, and that's important to this client. And when we get those phone calls, that's when things start cooking. When you're dealing with, regional-wide or statewide requests and everybody's putting buildings in, those are projects, but that comes down to all the 100 different variables that they have. But if we want to get better at what we do as a community, I think continual improvement of quality of place, quality of life is critical. Livability, workforce of tomorrow, are you a place where people want to live? I think that's kind of a huge measurement, but believe me, that's why you got Raleigh and Charlotte, places like that growing, because young people, educated, are flocking there, and those jobs are, people know they can bring folks in there, So livability, quality of place, and then defining our workforce. We have, I think, some excellent opportunities, but we have to define that better, which is why I want to do this workforce study. And because there's a lot of companies that are good for us and we would be good for. And we just have to keep drilling down and reaching out there and looking for those right projects, not just any project.
Well, thank you, Mr. Rogerson and Ms. Colbert. That was very helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hurst. Mr. Colvin.
Mr. Rogers, how are you all doing? Ms. Colbert, Mr. Rogers, how long have you been here? How long has the Alliance been in existence?
It's been 3 years. It'll be 3 years, 3 years in May, when I came on board. So we created the organization in May of 2012. Took 6 months standing it up, and then we got started in earnest. So it's been about 2.5 years of actual marketing.
And that workforce study that you said that you were doing, when did you decide that that would be a good idea?
Well, we had workforce information from the Garner report, all right? They did location quotants, and they created the target sector industries, and we have been using that data. But all along, we realized what we haven't been capturing is the military workforce numbers, and so that's been the missing piece. And then taking that information and combining it with a traditional workforce. Really what they did here with the Garner report is an overall strategy and recommendation, so it was really more all-encompassing, but a deep dive workforce analysis was only good if we can get the military information to go with it.
All right. Well, I've got to be honest with you, and in all due respect to my good colleague to my right, my constituents are, to my right, yes, sir. My constituents are kind of growing anxious about jobs in this community. I represent a district that is very diverse, and unemployment soars in some parts of it, and some parts doing very well. And the fact that we're funding your organization at the levels that you've been funded for the last several years, and we don't really have the results to match up with it. So today you're asking us to continue that relationship, but I don't really see the numbers that support what's going on with it. And so that leads me to my next question. One is, what are your planned usages with the additional funds that you're asking for, the extra $200,000 for the other 6 months to operate, specific usages? Mm-hmm. And, you know, I heard you say about a marketing plan, and I understand that you pointed out what our role is, which is deliverability and quality of place. What are you going to do to concentrate more on your role to build a workforce capacity that jobs are looking for in the first place? And then the second part of that is, are any of these dollars that you're asking for proposed to be shared in cost sharing with your partner organization, with the Chamber of Commerce? Can you explain that a little bit?
Sure. Now, we're going to segue over and moving forward, if that's okay. We can certainly do that. And while I'm answering that, why don't I let Joanna, you can hand out this that report. I'd appreciate it. First of all, you know, I'm never satisfied with my job growth numbers, all right? Every time I get a project, I want to do 2 more. But just so you know, since 2009, we've been involved in projects that added up to $425 million in investment and over 3,000 jobs. So, pardon me? Since 2009. We haven't, but right. We've been on in 2012, and I didn't do the numbers from that moving forward. But so I think we've had some opportunities and growth. We need to do better. There's no doubt about it. And a lot of it has to do with defining what's out there, what the opportunities are, and moving forward and find the right place, the right types of companies that this community wants and that is interested in what we have to offer as a community. And that takes time, it takes effort, and takes consistent effort. And we've been around for 3 years, and I started out making those calls, had 10 visits the very first year, and doing that, and then projects build up, and it took time away. So we kind of, the second year, we really kind of struggled on the consistent recruiting side. So that's why we brought Joanna in. She's doing an excellent job of out there knocking on doors. So we take the information that we learn from our consultants and our companies that we're meeting with, and we come back and communicate that to the workforce development folks, or to the higher education people, or to the military, or whomever, making sure that that kind of information is being shared across the board. Did I answer your question?
No, sir.
Okay.
What are your planned usages for the money
All right, so now we're going to talk about moving forward, and so basically what Chamber 2025 Task Force came out and indicated the desire to separate economic development from the Chamber of Commerce that we've been a part of for 10 years plus. So basically, to separate two organizations that have been together for 10 years, we're looking for a 6-month transition period. First thing we have to do from the economic development side is figure out what is the new structure and what does that look like, and that really is something that as the city and the county.
Mr. Ross, I don't want to interrupt. I'm just trying to follow what you're saying. Now, you existed since 2012. You gave me stats since 2009, and you said your organization's been together for 10 years?
The combined economic development with the chamber over 10 years ago.
Okay.
So the chamber's been doing economic development for 10 plus years. So I apologize. They were combined, and then when the Garner report came out is when it was identified that it would be good to separate out economic development from the chamber, but keep it under the umbrella. And that's when the alliance was born. So while we have a board, Tim Richardson's here, our chair, actually the mayor and Ted's on there as well. We created this organization that, for all intents and purposes, is a standalone organization operating under the chamber umbrella. Based on the next natural progression, quite frankly, is for us to step out and be a separate entity focusing solely on economic development, and the chamber can stay focused solely on chamber business. And so now we're in that transition period of understanding what that looks like. As the primary funders, the city and county are well over 80, if not 90% of the funding, definitely for next year. You all have great ownership in that. And so we've sat down and tried to put together a structure that reflects that ownership, and that's what we handed out to you here just a minute ago. It's a little different than what you may have seen before, because we try to refine this a little bit. And if you like, I could maybe walk through this quickly. Because the most important thing about the difference in what we're structured like today we're still, the Alliance or the Chamber Board is a fiduciary agent, and that's who we report to. They gave us great autonomy. And our board seats are around 15, and they're done primarily by whether you're in a positions like the mayor, city manager, chair of the county commissioner, county manager, FTCC president, and president of the PMA, Plant Managers Association, and so on and so forth. And they tend to make the day-to-day decisions on what we're doing with our program of work. However, this new model, you'll note that what we have in here really is a board appointment structure, that the appointments are set by the entities that are providing the funding. So different than the previous is that you would have, under this draft scenario, you would have 3 appointments to make as a board for your level of contribution. The county would have 3 appointments as a board for their level of contribution. And then the Alliance Foundation, which is the separate C3 organization that was structured to take the private sector dollars in the Linda Lee Allen Fund primarily, which was a capital campaign we ran 5 years ago. They would exist to continue to funnel private dollars through that foundation entity, and then they would also continue to be a partial funder of economic development. Obviously not to the level that the city and the county has been doing, therefore the amount of seats they have is reflected by that. So you'd be 3 appointments city, 3 appointments county, 2 from the Alliance Foundation. So we allow ourselves to be maintained still as a 501c6 private-public partnership, but the biggest change is that you all were appointing the board's members to that organization, and obviously very similar to many of the boards you have. I'm on the airport board, for example, and they would be making the day-to-day decisions and planning and whatnot. We would then develop some metrics that you all sign off on and buy into, and those will be reported back specifically on the metrics that you concur are the right measurements for an organization like ours. and so we'll be presenting those back to you. So this way, trying to keep the public and the private sector working together on economic development, which I think is absolutely critical. It's hard for public to do it by themselves, and it's hard for private to do it by themselves. And there's not an organization out there, even if they're a county-run organization, that isn't getting some private dollars into their marketing programs. So it's very consistent with what you'll see out there throughout the state. Board of directors would be 3-year terms, staggered. Obviously, starting out, they'd be 1-, 2-, and 3-year appointments. They would then would like to have that board in place as soon as possible to help craft really what this organization is all about. And they would be designing the program of work and whatnot, obviously with staff input, just like any board would do. Criteria for appointment: we obviously want them to have some business acumen, some kind of development background would be great, and also we're focusing on diversity. We think that's very important. You'll see that in there. And then again, the board seats are based on the amount of funding provided by what particular entity. Through 3 ex officio seats in there: the county manager, the city manager, and the president of Fayetteville Technical Community College. So you would have an 8-member board with three ex officios, and the chairman of the board would not have a vote. We're just throwing that out there for discussion. Would not have a vote unless it's a tiebreaker. That way we'd have 7 voting board members on a regular basis. And again, the funding, what we're talking about here is funding the Economic Development Alliance as you have been in these 6-month contracts for 1 more 6-month contract. And that allows us to work with you to come up with a plan that's going to be suitable to you and the county to understand how we're going to be governed and structured moving forward.
Mr. Crisp, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Rogerson, thank you for your efforts over the past 3 years. But this ain't working, okay? It hasn't worked. What I'm looking at here is a bit of restructuring of the same old thing. And we need to turn in a new direction. Now, at our last budget meeting last week, I volunteered to bring what I feel is a model in that might be much more effective. Ms. Small Tony, I sent each of you council members an email with it. Do you have it? If not, Ms. Small Tony will give you a copy. Make sure Mr. Rogerson and Ms. Colbert get a copy as well. And also a copy to, if you will, to Mr. Richardson and anybody else that has a stake in this. But you get. I'm going to say this because at some time in life we have to cut to the chase and tell it like it is. I'm reluctantly prepared to fund you for another 6 months, but I am prepared to fund you for another 6 months in order to afford a transition period. We just can't cut it off at this point and leave it out there hanging. But I want you to take a look at the model that I've drawn up, which is significantly different because, I say again, what we've been doing has not been effective. All right? We've got to have some new blood. Now, what I'm suggesting is a 12-seat board with 9 voting, 3 ex officios. I think they're the same as the ex officios that you recommended. A foundation member, we could expand that to 2. Wouldn't have a problem with that. 4 council appointees, 4 county commissioner appointees, and those appointees would look something like what you see below that. 2 elected officials, 1 from the county, 1 from the city. Notice there are no positions entitled here. that elected official from the city could very well be the mayor, but it doesn't necessarily have to be the mayor. And the same thing, it could very well be the chair of the county commissioners, but it doesn't have to be as such. A developer, a banker, a member from PwC, an economist or a business school representative from one of the universities, successful business leader, a community leader. We learned something when we excluded the community and the planning of Sanderson. That's all I need to say on that, because we just misunderstood the public in that situation. Now, this joint county, would the alliance be formed, they would do a committee, an appointment committee, consisting of 2 people from the county, 2 from the city, and 1 from the alliance, to bring recommendations for the 8 appointees. Okay? And you can see kind of a breakdown of examples of that. Community diversity is important, as I said. But I guess my point in what I've recommended here is new blood, new ideas, new innovations. We can't continue to do the same old thing with the same old people, okay? Because it hadn't worked. Your second and third quarter figures say it hasn't worked. Don't have a problem with what you're doing. You work awful hard. It's tough. We can't put it all on you. We can't put it all on the alliance. We've all got to sell the story. I didn't say tell the story. We got to sell the story, Miss Joanna. Okay? And so we need new people who have innovative ideas to do these kinds of things. All right? This is what I'm recommending to this city council as a model. We would have a 6-month period of time to bring this into fruition, but I'm not going to support this, because to me, it's what you do about the same thing, and that has not proved effective, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chris.
If I may, just quickly, what's important is the best model is the one the community will support, all right? I can't say that enough. For me and Joanna to be successful, we need you, the county, and the private sector people all behind what we're doing. So structure is not my forte. So I think that's the whole point, is we have this 6 months to do what everybody can get behind, and if everybody gets behind, I know we'll be successful.
But this is what I gave you is what I would like to see, and I have a significant number of council members that are with me in this model, okay? And we would have 6 months to sell this to the county and to the foundation and bring it in. But I'm not going to campaign. I'm not going to try to sell this that you presented to us, because to me it's much of the same.
Mr. Colvin.
Mr. Rogers, I concur with my colleague, Councilman Chris, on a lot of points. I mean, the perception now is that the organization is not inclusive, okay, but it operates off of community dollars for the most part. 2/3 of your money is coming from public funds, but it appears that only 1/3 or smaller is making all the decisions about it. So I don't support that. I think your draft, I have a couple issues with. One is, in order for there to be any meaningful institutional change, you can't have the same staff drafting the blueprint. I mean, and so you guys I understand that you were asked to give your recommendations, but I think that would be a huge misstep in the idea of change if we're going to ask you to draft a blueprint, because your perception is the way you've been doing it. The second thing is that some of the same guaranteed positions are non-inclusive. If we don't have a minority or a female mayor or mayor of some other descent that wins on a citywide basis, they will never have opportunity to sit at your board seat, theoretically. If you don't have a commission chair that the commissioners skip over people like Charles Evans and others, that they don't deemed necessary or viable to serve in that position, you'll never have that kind of person on your seat. If no one is fortunate enough to be elected to the PwC Commission, you will never have any diversity in that respect. So I can't embrace anything like that for those reasons that automatically give positions because of titles, because you can exclude a significant amount of your population with that.
Yeah.
That's one piece.
And we did take the standing seats out of that most recent proposal, just because of that, and you know, so yeah, agree. Come up with something that makes sense, that the board is representative of the community is important.
Right. And the other thing is that I think that one of the ways that I could possibly embrace that is that the staff may have to compete for your jobs like everybody else has to do. I don't have any guarantees for the next 6 to 12 months. I mean, if I don't cut it, my customers will stop coming, and I've got to do something else, something different. So I think that as the new board gets in, I would hate for this council or you to select your staff before you get a new commission opportunity to weigh in on that. I mean, they know what characteristics they're looking for. I mean, I know you need some security. I'm interested to know how much of your the additional funds, the 200,000+ that you would be getting from us. I understand the county, you've asked them for an additional half of what their annual funded amount is, which was about $450, $465?
It literally, basically half of what was normal.
Okay, so roughly, if you were getting $890, you're getting $445. Okay, how much of your funds is going to be used for continued recruitment, and how much will be used for transitional purposes? I guess, and that goes back to the heart of the question that I wanted to know in the first place. And the other thing is, what do you do on a daily basis? What does your day look like as to how you're working for the citizens to draw people here so that they can get a decent return on that $900,000?
Basically, the next 6 months we would operate in the same fashion that we've been operating the past 6 months. So we would continue our program of work and efforts in recruiting as we have been, with our continuing focusing. We're always ratcheting with our knowledge. So the next 6 months we would want to maintain that level of marketing that we're doing while assisting you and the county with what this new structure is going to look like. So again, I'm no structure expert, but I've been in economic development for 15 years, and I've been a corporate professional for 15 years. So what I can bring to the table for you, I'm more than happy to put on there, but it's important that the people who are funding this program have ownership, and so I stand ready to assist in any way.
But I wanted some clarification, because I believe the model that you brought back was a best practices model from which communities?
Catawba County operates the most way, Hickory, Catawba County. And then there's other models where it's total publicly owned and the private dollars come in that direction. But if you want to keep a public-private partnership, this is a good best practice.
And are those communities successful in the recruitment of industry?
Yeah, I mean, Hickory, that's the home of Apple's. That's where your cloud is. If you get on your Apple cloud, you're in Hickory. And they've had other successes. They've had their falls. So has Gaston County. I mean, they had an industrial park that sat vacant for 10 years, and they put all kinds of improvements in. It took off in the last 3-4 years. They've done 10 deals out there at that park.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moan.
Oh, yes, thank you, Mr. Rogerson, Ms. Colbert. The paper you just passed out to us, I just quickly compared it to the agenda packet. I see there's some differences, which I think address some of Councilmember Colvin's and Crisp's concerns. You removed the 4 standing seats, the Cumberland County Chair, Mayor of Fayetteville, Public Works Commission, and the Alliance Foundation Chair. That's your recommendation?
Yeah.
In the paper you just passed out.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You still left the 3 ex officio members, the Cumberland County Manager, the Fayetteville City Manager, and the President of Fayetteville Tech Community College. So it's still 11-person board, and then those, instead of 7 appointments, because there were 4 standing seats before, now there's 8 appointments, and it would be something
332.
332. The city council would appoint members. So there could be whatever diversity that this council decides should be on there. County commissioners will appoint 3 or 4, depending on funding. There could be whatever diversity also. So this really could be a whole new board.
Correct.
Okay. And so what you're asking for is, right now it's what, 415, I think, city 100,000, PwC 315 for a combined 415. And you would want at least funding like the county is looking at doing for at least the first 6 months. And we already had the money in the budget, so we could allocate, tell city manager, let's do the, half of the 415, hold the other half in reserves, and then right around that December timeframe, you would have a better, well, it have to be before Christmas for sure, because we'd have to allocate the money.
Yeah, because hopefully that's why we're presenting this structure tonight, to get some kind of consensus on the structure so we can set that up.
Mm-hmm.
And they could do the hiring and firing, and they're calling the shots, because after December 31, this board owns the program. And so we need time to get that stood up. The Alliance Board has agreed to stand pat for six more months, and then so whatever group and whatever this model looks like, once those folks are identified, whether they're Mr. Chris' group or whatever, doesn't matter. The Alliance Board is willing to work with them to stand up for a smooth transition, because the key here is not to have a hiccup in our knocking on doors, and as long as we maintain that, everything else is fair game as far as.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moe. Ms. Jensen?
Hi, good evening. I have a question. I'm going to throw a little wrench in it. I'm looking at your draft, and I'm looking at Mr. Chris' draft. And the one thing that I don't see is, when you're looking for business or you're looking for the CEOs and everybody to come into our city, 9 times out of 10, they're going to have children. And I'm kind of wondering why maybe somebody from the school system, a higher up from the school system, isn't here, because I think we have to tell our story. We have to sell our story. And I think a lot of times our school system isn't well represented to people outside of Fayetteville, because people just assume and they don't know the story of our school system. So I was just saying, a little bit of thought, as it seems to me that we're all trying to figure out how to make this thing work, that is a very important piece that we have forgotten, in my opinion, if I was going to be moving around.
Sure.
I would add him right there as an ex officio member. Thank you.
Ms. Jensen?
Sorry. And I was looking at the terms. Councilmember Crisp had 1-year terms, and I'm sorry, yours was a
3-year.
3-year term.
Yeah.
I feel that I agree with the 2 consecutive terms, but I feel like 1 year, just my opinion, I feel that 1 year is not enough time to get somebody involved and get them moving to sell our story.
Yeah, and if I may, what we do, what we do is very unique. So it does take a little bit of time to build that understanding and knowledge base up. That's why we put 3, but again, open to all kinds of suggestions on that. So, thank you.
Mr. McDougall?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe you guys are on the right track, including performance measures and some of the other things. I have not had time. I know this is only 4 pages, but while I try to listen and read, it don't work real well for me.
You and me.
But I'll read it in more detail. But I think you're on the right track, and maybe unlike some of my colleagues, I just don't believe that we need to start totally new, throw everything out. I think, number one, I think the staff is on the right track, doing the right things. I would like to see, new members, more diverse in our community. And one of the things I complained about before was actually people being outside of our community. I just didn't think they had the interest in our community. If you were living in Cary and you were on a Alliance Board in Fayetteville, I just didn't think you had the, our community at heart. Recruitment is difficult for industry It's not something that happens every day in the same location. So I just want to say to you and to all those that with you and to my fellow council persons, I think they're heading in the right direction, doing the right thing, and we need to kind of, we want to work with you, help mold it. We got other partners, we got the private sector, we got the county, and so we all got to kind of work together. I just don't think that we need to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Thank you.
Mr. Wright.
Just wanted to make a few observations and a statement. I just wanted to start with saying how critical the position of the alliance is, and it is almost the foundation of the growth. So it's imperative that we get it right. I think we're going in a good direction with the different ideas here in the drafts, but we need time to really build on what we're doing if we're going to get it right. I agree we don't need more of the same, and so I'm looking at a different structure, and we'll take a look at this, and we're prepared to allow you to go forward for a period of time, but I'm just, personally not satisfied with the direction that the alliance has been going in the past. And if someone would suggest, to, hey, throw the whole thing out and let's start over, I would be, my ears would be open to those ideas based upon the criticalness of the positions that you hold and what we depend on for a city to go forward. But we need good visionaries, we need good ideas, and I see you guys are working really hard at what you do, and I know it takes time. It's critical to build, and it has more to do also with the overall buildup of the city, the mindset of old school and new school. And so I just hope and pray that we can come to a place where we can go forward together as a city. And I think we're going in a good direction. And that's all I needed to say. Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Wright. Thank you, too, very much for the presentation.
Thank you. Once you read those documents, call. I'm more than happy to talk more details. So thanks so much.
Great.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
I believe...
Oh, did I miss?
No, I'm going to push my button again. But I believe we need to provide the city manager some direction here about whether options to include the 415. And I'd recommend that we keep the money. Let's keep the 415 in the budget, but right now only allocate the 6 months, which would be consistent with what the Cumberland County is doing right now, because Cumberland County Board of Commissioners are our partners in this, and they're looking at for 6 months. And then, we don't have to do another budget amendment in December if we like it, but if we cut half the funding, then we have to put staff through a budget amendment ordinance and all that other stuff. So I would recommend we put the money in there, but only fund 6 months worth.
I second that. That's option one.
Option one.
All right, this is only a consensus vote, but we can talk about the motion if there's any discussion. If not, let's just vote, please. Madam Clerk, this is a consensus vote only. And it looks like it will be 8-2 with council members Davey and Colvin voting against. Is that the direction you need, Mr. Voorhees?
It's the green, Bobby.
Thank you, Mayor.
Notice they're matching. Green and pink.
Being a consensus vote, what does that actually mean?
That was
when
to
you say
that was to give direction to the city manager.
Okay, so we're still giving directions as to what we're going to do with the alliance. So the vote, as far as the money is concerned, is not determined.
Well, yes, the consensus that we voted on was to fund half of it.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear.
And then budget the full amount, but only fund half.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay, Mr. Voorhees, item 4.05 is the budget ordinance amendment.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Dwight Miller will be here to speak to this item.
Welcome, Mr. Miller.
As a continuation from the previous council meeting, wanted to, and per your request, bring some more information. Basically, this is in regards to increasing the Fleet Maintenance Internal Service Fund budget by just over $700,000, but it was evident that there was quite a bit more interest by the questions in regards to the fleet maintenance itself and how the Fleet Maintenance Internal Service Fund was handled, and also by the pricing of the services through the Fleet Maintenance Internal Service Fund. To go into some history here, the agreement was signed on June 12, 2005. This is basically the agreement that we have been operating under since that period of time. You will see a copy of that agreement behind the first blue page, or the second section of the handout that I gave you. Basically, this agreement has three major parts to it. The city manager and the PwC general manager shall, on an annual basis, agree on an hourly labor rate to be charged by PwC for the management and operation of the city's fleet function. This labor rate is in addition to direct material and vendor cost. The other section sets a per hourly rate of $64.48 per hour. That was later changed to $61.13 per hour. Either party may at any time terminate this agreement effective on June 30th of any year, giving 12 months written notice to the other party. Some of the actions that were taken after this agreement was signed is that we set up a Fleet Maintenance Internal Service Fund to accumulate the cost and to bill the same to the user funds. So the cost that is assigned basically to the Fleet Maintenance Internal Service Fund for the employees and the incidental cost and parts that go along with this fund all goes into it, and this fund does not make a profit. There is any excess funds at the end of the year are distributed at that time back to, or if there is a shortage in this account, it is billed to the appropriate funds, the water fund, the electric fund, and to the city general fund. There is an 8%, and this was agreed upon. This percentage was higher previously. This current fiscal year, It was agreed to that we would charge an 8% administrative fee that is associated with the cost applicable to the Fleet Maintenance Internal Service Fund for services related such as human resources, payroll, accounts payable, accounting, budget, oversight of this fund, and the work there. A new SLA was prepared and signed by PWC General Manager in February of 2015, and it has not been returned signed by the city at this point. One of the questions that was asked the other night is the number of vehicles and equipment that is maintained by this fund. You can see the city has 77% of the vehicles and equipment, 1,394. There are 28 technicians that directly work on vehicles. The average or the annual hours is 2080. This gives a total of 58,240 hours that is possible. The non-direct billable time, such as vacation, sick, holiday, meeting, trainings, and so forth, is deducted from that. So we have billable hours of 44,755. And we'll use that number a little bit later in a later slide. The billed hours for the first 9 months, 69% of the billed hours of these technicians has been for the city services. The billed revenues, 74% has been for city services. Parts and equipment, 79% of the total for the first 9 months is for the city services. And if we annualize that number for the city, parts and equipment will require an estimated additional $587,000. The budget request is just a little bit over $700,000. Some of the indirect cost, and this is a question that may come up a little bit later, and I will refer to indirect cost in a later slide. But some of these examples you can see here of those hours that cannot be billed directly to a vehicle that is being worked on. So these various components are billed through the 20% rates that we add to the labor rate. And remember, the labor rate being currently $61.13. And by the way, from $64.48 down to $61.13 over the past 10 years, we have had inflation. We have increased payroll. So this direct labor rate was reduced at one point, and when it should have been increased. The shared cost of Fleet Maintenance Internal Service Fund, and this is getting us down to a number. Our budget, and I'm working with current budget numbers, not the requested budget numbers. $9,114,000 is where we'll start. There is capital expenditures that is paid by the PWC funds. That is through then depreciation, how it is billed back to the city. And this is various capital items that we had, such as the wash bay was installed. One of those would be an example of a capital item. We'll back out the fuel because this is a direct pass-through. If the city fleet fuels at our stations, then it is billed directly, and there is no markup or adjustment to the fuel price. There's just for rounding purposes, there's $90 in there. So keep in mind this $7,699,000. We will come back to that in a few minutes. So we have direct cost, those the $44,755 that I showed how we got to a few minutes ago, that can be directly billed to a vehicle. This is just over $2.7 million. We add parts, equipment, and the freight to get those parts here. This is just over $3 million, giving us a total direct cost of $5,776,000. So we're looking at our direct cost. Our total shared cost, as I showed a minute ago, we got back down to the $7,699,000 as to where we've got to recover. That is the cost that we will recover through the direct billing rates and plus the 20% that we add to that. The previous slide, we calculated $5,776,000 as total direct charges. So the indirect cost to recover is $1.9 million. This $1.9 million is recovered through those 20% markup rates. And markup is just a term. I think people often hear markup and they think that is profit. It is clearing overheads. And the overheads basically is that indirect cost to recover is the $1.9 million. So if we look at the parts and freight of the just over $3 million, we add 20% to it, we're going to recover of the indirect cost just over $600,000. We take the parts and labor, add 20% to that, we get $1,155,000. So therefore, the indirect cost that we have recovered through the 20% does not equal or does not accumulate up to the $1.9 million. We're actually $160,000 short. So at the end of the year, if we were $160,000 short, and according to the way the revenues were billed, 75% of that would be billed to the city, $120,000. PWC funds would pay for $40,000. So that's how, and it can be the other way in that we over-recover, and there would be money going back to the various funds, the participant in those funds. And I will admit, this is a convoluted way to get to these numbers. This was set up back in 2005. The people that set this up is not with PWC any longer. And I would say that there is a better way to do this that is not as complicated, that is straightforward. If y'all decide to continue with PWC managing the Fleet Maintenance Internal Service Fund, then I would suggest that we come up with a more simpler way, and it would be basically to increase the hourly rate to a point that we would recover these charges through an hourly rate and not have to add overheads or a clearing 20% as you see here. Just to summarize this scenario, if the Fleet Maintenance Fund is billing 44,755 hours, and we've got $3,400,000 or $40,000 in parts, and considering all other items remain the same as we have budgeted them, then therefore we would have this $160,000 as a shortfall. This amount would be shared between the city and PWC and a proportion of the billed revenues. I stated that earlier. And then if the cost other than the parts and equipment and freight are less than the budget, the deficit above would decrease, or if greater than, the budget or the deficit above would increase. So that's, this balancing thing at the end of the year, because the budget is an estimate. We do not know exactly what the parts are going to cost. We don't know exactly what the insurance is going to come in at when we set the budget about 6 months before we get into the fiscal year. And that is another reason we needed a budget adjustment sometime through the years, because things don't work out the way we have estimated them. The true-up, it can, at the end of the year, true-up occurs due to variances in the budget, projections, and actuals. Some of those things that can vary, and I just highlighted 3 of them here. Labor hours, repair parts costs can vary, the benefits, insurance, those type things can vary. and the end of the year accruals. And this is one of the things that, even though we have almost, at the end of March, we have almost $900,000 as an overage in the way these accounts are balancing out. We do not have the end of the year accruals that has been added into these to the accounts. So I see this dollar amount decreasing as we going into the year, because we do an audit adjustment basically before the auditors come in, and those end of the year adjustments, the sick time and the OPEB adjustments will affect this number. Also, the end of the month and the end of the year billing lag. As you know, you're not going to bill everything on the last day of the month or the last day of the year. So therefore, we do accumulate those, put them in the proper year as they're supposed to be, so they will affect that balancing at the end of the year. We do have additional repair parts that are needed for the remainder of the fiscal year. Budget amendment was approved by the Commission to increase the revenues and expenses of fleet maintenance by $702,000. You have before you at the last council meeting a budget ordinance to amend this change, 2015-12, and approval is required to continue work on the city and the PWC fleet. So this, it is necessary to approve this, or we will have to stop work on vehicles because I will not be able to pre-audit or to authorize any additional spending that would put us into a budget violation. If we go into a budget violation, then that will be written up on the audit report. And that concludes my explanation of the fund.
Thank you. Mr. Crisp.
Where you show the billing example, and I understand that, but here's my point. If we allocate $6 million for vehicle maintenance to PWC, then are you taking parts and freight costs out of that $6 million that we give? Are you taking billable hours out of that $6 million that we give? Because if you are, then I'm having a real problem understanding the 20% markup.
The 20% markup, if you'll go back to, if you'll refer to slide 12, the one that I have on the screen, or at least on mine, I'm not sure what you can see.
Yeah, I'm looking at that one.
We have $7,699,000 to recover from this, from the users of the Fleet Maintenance Fund. We bill direct charges, which is parts, which is labor, of the $5,776,000. That does not clear all of the dollars out of this fund. Therefore, it leaves a remainder of $1.9 million. We have to recover then, because this is, is not funded by the utility. So therefore, the city and the utility have to contribute to clear out those charges, those indirect charges of the fund. So the 20% is not profit. The 20% on labor and on parts is to clear the indirect charges of the $1.9 million. Through this method, we did not clear the $1.9 million. We cleared $1.76 million, leaving $160,000 that we need to get to clear, to zero this account out, or to zero the fleet maintenance fund out at the end of the year. So the 20% that you see is one reason the labor rate is too low, that we have to recover these costs that is charged to the fund through these 20% overhead loadings. So it's a misconception to say that we are making a 20% profit when we're just clearing costs that are going into the fund itself.
Yes, sir, and I hear you, and I'm not saying that the 20% is profit. I was drawing a comparison between when I was in the retail car business of how we had a markup that was profit. Okay, just like your chart showed. When the people delivered the parts to my parts department, we paid them for the parts, and we paid for the freight. Now, our profit came when we put the parts on the car and with the labor charge, all right? Mm-hmm. And so that's where we made our profit on it, okay? And we charged in increments with the labor hours. In other words, the book said it takes, example, 2 hours to put a carburetor on a vehicle. And when the mechanic put it on in 1 hour, that's where we made money, because we charged 2 hours to the customer, all right? Mm-hmm. And so that's how we made money. But I'm still trying to fathom these 20% markups. If we give you $6 million a year to perform maintenance on the vehicles, I'm still having trouble understanding why there has to be a markup. The billable hours should come from that $6 million. The parts expenses should come from that $6 million. So I don't get it. And the audit didn't substantiate how you could charge 20%, and in some cases on return vehicles, again charge 20% markup. When I was in the business, if a vehicle was returned, nobody got paid if they didn't do it right the first time. Okay? Well, this is not retail, so I understand that. And I understand that we've got to continue to pay mechanics who work on these vehicles for us. But the audit said you charged us $1.4 million in markups. Okay? And I don't get any tax revenue back from that per se. But I'm just at a loss. I just don't see this as an effective system. I don't expect you to answer for it. You didn't set it up. You don't run it per se, but we can do better than this.
I agree, and we can make this more understandable and a simpler process than what it is. But this is what we have to work with. This is what the agreement basically that was set in 2005, and we've been we would like to change this, and so it would be a simpler process to get rid of these 20% ratings and move the labor rate up to $85 to $88 an hour, somewhere more so of a market rate.
Well, the next question, and then I'll be finished, Mr. Mayor. Your 8% is, as I understand it, to handle what?
That is one of the slides, slide number 9. Okay. Is a summary of some of those items. Oh, excuse me, the 8%, that would be...
indirect costs?
the indirect, I forget now which slide that was on. Okay, the 8% are items such as human resources. We have to hire, we have to counsel with employees, we pay them every 2 weeks. Accounts payable pays for parts and those type of items. The accounting gives our budget to actuals, gives our financial reports. We have to budget. We have oversight, and that oversight of the fleet maintenance account itself. So those, the 8%, the $484,000 that is in the budget for the 8%, helps to defray the cost of these items at PwC where PwC provides services to the Fleet Maintenance Fund.
How do you recover the 8%?
It is in the 20% markup.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Thank you.
Mr. Colvin.
Mr. Miller, how are you again? Seemed like we just talked a day or two ago. Wow. So, question for you. Now, you've referred a couple of times to the agreement. I heard you say the agreement says, and you're referring to the 2005 fleet agreement? Is
yes.
That what where in that document does it say that the city agreed to pay 20% or 40% or 44% or 8%? Because what I saw, it says the labor rate shall be in addition to direct material charge and vendor costs. So is it articulated in here somewhere that I'm missing?
Well, the city and PwC agreed to fund the Fleet Maintenance Internal Service Fund in proportion to the work that was being performed. If the labor rate does not clear all of the charges going into it, then we add, which the 20% are to help clear all of those charges that is going into the fund. So if we didn't put that in there and we were still performing the services, the utility ratepayers would be subsidizing the Fleet Maintenance Internal Service Fund.
So I guess
then it would be a transfer. Any subsidies of that fund by the utility would be a transfer to the city.
I follow. So again, are you saying that the 20% is or is not mentioned in this part?
It is not mentioned in that because it says the labor rate that is mentioned in that does not clear the charges that goes to this account.
So a new agreement wasn't done, but I guess somebody arbitrarily calculated that it would take another 44% to clear the fund.
That was changed over the years so that the fund would be cleared. Also, this puts the appropriate charges to the vehicle, and the owner of that, the department that is the owner of that vehicle, then gets the appropriate charges that would go against their budget. So if we did not clear that through these overheads, then the charges would not go directly back to the department.
At any time, was that calculation agreed upon by both parties, I guess is what I'm getting at?
Yes.
Do you have something that shows that? Because this doesn't show that.
No, it was, to my recollection, it was all verbal between the city manager at the time and the PwC general manager.
Okay, so we don't have any agreement that we can put our arms around there. You also showed that your 8% admin cost covers services like human resources, payroll, accounts payable, accounting, budget and oversight, etc. But on your indirect costs, which is, I guess, your 20%, I don't know if that's the first or the second 20% that it's talking about, but it said these are examples of those costs. So do you have the actual costs, or are you just giving us examples of the costs?
Yes, in the last section of the behind the last blue sheet of the handout that I gave you, page 3, the second line from the bottom will say administrative and fleet Administration, $484,000, I believe.
Page 3. Okay. And where did you say it is on page 3?
The second line from the bottom. Be $484,000. That is the 8%.
Right, I understand that. What are the indirect costs that the 20% is covering?
Everything that is above that line, with the exception of fuel and parts.
Okay. So the 8% is what I just named. Everything else falls outside of that. Okay, I'll read that because, we just got this packet. The other question is, when you're billing this fund, to make sure I understand it, you're treating it like a separate company, as if the fleet maintenance was its own entity.
It is.
So my question is, does PwC pay $1.44 on the dollar for the things that it uses out of that fund, plus the 8%?
It is billed the same, the 8%. It is billed the same dollar for dollar that the city is billed.
So it pays the 44%. So it pays on parts and labor and parts and freight, and then it pays 8% on top of those 20%.
As I've showed in the calculation, yes.
Okay. And finally, so basically what you're saying is that at the end of the period, the fiscal year, you put all the charges in there and everybody's billed at that rate. And then there's a 75-25 split of what's left or what's owed. Is that right?
Well, that can change from year to year. We have, the previous years has been running 1/3, 2/3. This year, the city revenues or the work on the city vehicles has increased. So what we're seeing now, based on the billed hours, the billed revenues here is 74%.
So basically,
75-25
okay.
is a round number, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Colvin. Mr. Arp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hey, Mr. Miller, what's the, I just want to make sure I understand. Your labor cost is about $61.13.
I could not say that because that labor rate is low.
Well, I'm just saying what you calculated in here.
Yes, but that is an agreed
$13.
That is an agreed upon rate that was decided a few years ago.
A few years ago.
It went, well, originally in 2005 it was $64 and I believe it was 43 or 48 cents, and then it was reduced to the 61.13 a few years ago. So that labor rate that we are using is not clearing all of the charges that is going through the account.
Right. Do you have any idea what the national average labor rate is for an automobile?
It is somewhere in the neighborhood of $85 to $90, I believe.
Yeah, I just checked the internet and it said somewhere between $70 to $150, and that's for an automobile. That's not for a truck or a heavy piece of
equipment. Yes, the labor rates once you get into the specialty equipment would be higher. Yes.
So based on that, you would say that that's one of the reasons you have an issue is the labor rate that was agreed to back in 2005 at $64 and then modified to $61.13. It just doesn't cover the cost of business. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And so if we were to contract out the maintenance, if we were to go to one of the local automotive vendors here in town, they wouldn't charge us $61.13 per hour for labor, would they?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Mr. Hurst said they would charge us less? No, we're talking about labor costs for doing maintenance. I didn't talk about an oil change. Yeah. So, but the cost, when you go in to get an oil change, they don't charge you per hourly rate like you do for a national labor cost hour. Okay, when you go into, correct me if I'm wrong, but when you go into a GM shop or you go into a Ford shop, they've got a set labor standard hourly rate. Is that correct?
That's as far as I know, yes.
Okay.
What I know on that. And most shops that, they'll post a labor rate. You go in to get your small engine repaired, and they will, tell you what their hourly rate is and what their minimum would be to even look at the object.
Okay. And just a question, PwC is a not-for-profit business, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I know sometimes people want to make comparisons between for-profit, not-for-profit, two different animals. But any money, let's say hypothetically, if PwC was making money on this, where would that money go to?
At the end of the year, it would be distributed back to the users of the Fleet Maintenance Fund, which would be the city and PwC.
Okay, and it would be split based how?
It would be split. Currently, we're using the revenues that we bill to each entity.
Okay.
The 7425 for the current year.
Okay, but there's no profit being made by PwC on this endeavor.
The only thing that is coming to the PwC utility is the 8% administrative, which defrays the cost that we are providing for the Fleet Maintenance Fund itself.
And that was agreed to by whom?
The city manager and the general manager.
Okay. And then the steering committee was working on fleet maintenance, is that correct?
Yes.
And one of the issues that we identified was there were some better efficiencies that need to be achieved with fleet maintenance. Is that your recollection?
Yes, there was, and the SLA was developed. That was part of the Karen McIsaac's group and that was completed the end of the 14 calendar year is when I believe we finished that up.
Do you recall some of the suggestions that Mrs. McIsaac made in regard to fleet maintenance to both the city and the PwC?
The only thing that I can think of is maybe some of the efficiencies, some of the reporting, and some of the basically, I think putting in a survey to the users to get input back. Quarterly meetings, I believe, were in there between the city staff and the PwC staff.
Yeah,
maintenance
shootouts, if you will, between the two staffs to make sure we were meeting objectives. How about preventive maintenance? Was that one of the issues that was identified in the steering committee, or a lack of preventive maintenance?
I'm not for sure on that because I was not in those meetings, but I did hear that there was preventive maintenance was not being performed, or the city's vehicles were not coming in regularly as they should or as scheduled, or were not meeting the schedules that were provided. However, I think this is part of the reason that we're seeing an increase to from 1/3 or 2/3 city to 3/4 is because those maintenance is being performed, and they are coming in now on a routine basis.
Are you? Does PwC do warranty work for the city on its vehicles? Like, for example, the new garbage trucks with the mechanical one arm. Are you doing the warranty work for that?
I could not answer that if we're doing warranty. I don't think we're authorized a warranty shop.
So if there's a warranty item that has to be addressed on a vehicle that the city's purchased, PwC doesn't do that. That's handled through the warranty, and that's a third-party vendor.
I know we're doing some work on those. I know that, just by what the shop manager has said, that it was very tedious. They had to unplug the computer before they could do anything to those vehicles. And when they plugged the computer back in, a lot of the times it would not boot back up correctly. And it was very tedious and created a lot of problems.
And Mr. Miller, my last question is, the PwC Commission and the staff, you guys are open to reconciling any kind of questions or differences that have been identified by this audit and to relooking this agreement? I mean, obviously, the cost agreement that we have is not effective. It doesn't meet what we need to be doing right now. But the PwC and the Commission is open to relooking this and making sure that we're doing it in a more efficient and streamlined manner, and we have true cost and better visibility. Is that accurate?
Yes. We're very much open to that. And, you know, we are in the customer service business, and when we are aware of issues, we do make every attempt to resolve those issues and problems. Now, Councilman Crisp referred to rework. Yeah, I know one of the jobs that was identified in this review that the city did was once we were aware of it, we gave credit back, you know, to the city for that work. However, when we do that, then that's going to create a larger imbalance at the end of the year. So we still are spending time on that. We may have spent parts money on that. So if it is not billed to the vehicle, then it's going to go to the end of the year with that true up, and it's going to be spread back.
Okay, but that is problematic now. If I take my vehicle into a local automotive store to have it repaired, and let's say the repair is not done in the proper manner, and then I have to bring the vehicle back in to have it repaired again, should I pay that cost?
Well, in a for-profit company, they usually will not, you know, bill you for rework. But again, we're not for profit, so therefore all of the charges that go through or that goes into this account has to be cleared out at the end of the year.
Okay, but how do we, I mean, if you don't have to bear the cost of it, then how do we rectify the fact that the warranty, or not the warranty, but the work's not being done properly? I guess the concern I have is the allegations that vehicles have gone in to be repaired, and they were repaired and then they came out and the repair wasn't done effectively, and the vehicle had to go back in again to be repaired, and then it came back out. I guess my question is, what measures are in place from a performance standpoint to make sure that quality control is being executed on that vehicle repair?
Well, our shop manager needs to be notified that what is going on. If it is not completed satisfactorily, then our officer that is in charge of fleet maintenance should be elevated there, and then also then to the general manager to be resolved then between, if it's not effectively resolved, between the general manager and the city manager. But you know, there is part of the study that was done was customer satisfaction surveys through meetings. If we are meeting on a quarterly basis, these things would come up and be resolved. But to my knowledge, these meetings are not occurring.
And I think that's what was discussed in the steering committee, that we needed to have these maintenance shootout meetings, if you will, to make sure these types of issues were addressed. Thank you,
So
Mr. Miller.
we're very open to resolving the issues. We've got to know about those and be able to work with the staff to get them resolved.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. McDougall.
I'm good, Mr. Mayor. My question got asked, so I'm good.
Thank you, Mr. Moan.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. I had a question, and it's pretty much been answered about the internal fleet maintenance fund, that it's all going to true up at the end, you know, whatever money's left over. And so now I want to just kind of make a comment that I remember this city council about a year ago getting on our city manager to get on our city departments to start bringing their vehicles in for oil changes, for PMCS like he used to do in the Army every Monday, be in the motor pool. And there's a reason that kind of contributes to a reason why our budget went up. If you go back to our adopted budget that we're in right now, across all departments, we budgeted $6,090,127 for vehicle maintenance, not fuel, just vehicle maintenance. I believe transit takes there somewhere else, you know, but a total cost just over $6 million. In our budget that we have in front of us, the staff is now estimating fleet maintenance or vehicle maintenance for this year to be $6,717,185. So that went up $627,058 from what we budgeted versus what we're expected. And transit actually went down about 50,000, so it wasn't transit. In our proposed budget, across all departments, vehicle maintenance is 7.11 million. That's $1 million more than what we're doing this current year. So vehicle maintenance is a huge piece of our budget. We just bought 50 some more police vehicles. We continue to replace different vehicles throughout the department. So, you know, let's just get I think the funding formula is okay. They have to recover those other costs. We just need to call it something other than markup. But this is all up and up. I mean, we are burning out there. 75% of our vehicles are in their service department. It's called a markup, but it covers admin costs. There's nothing being freaky here, you know? That's just my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Moan. Mr. Wright.
Mr. Moan covered some of the things that I wanted to ask you. You know, you're asking for $702,000 additional dollars for the increase of revenue, and I wanted to know, basically, is this markup or is this increase something that has happened for the first time, or this the first time you've asking for this in the history of the transit repair?
No, sir. We have had budget amendments in previous years. The $650,000 is for parts. The budget is $3 million for parts. We need $3,650,000 for that.
Okay, I understand that. That's in your report. What the question I'm asking is, why is the increase? What happened? I know, Councilman Moan mentioned some things, but I'm trying to get from you, the additional parts and why. Did we give you additional vehicles? Were there more accidents that occurred? Is there a price increase on parts this year? What?
I think it's a combination of what you have said. I think from last Tuesday night, I made the comment that we are refurbishing police cars instead of buying new police cars for the additional police officers. As we said earlier, the preventive maintenance, the vehicles are coming in where they should be now to get those this fiscal year up to where they are roadworthy and are safe operating. So these parts have had to be spent there. I think you can see here of the equipment parts for the first 9 months, 79% of the parts are going for the city. They can come, 1 month more than the other months. So we do. We will need this additional money to continue with the maintenance on the vehicles as we need to for this last month.
My last question would be, if it was if it was not in the negative, then that split would be 74. I think you said 24 or something.
Yeah, we can just say 75-25 for ease.
So, my problem was with the word markup, and there's a lot been said about the 44% markup. I'm understanding a little bit more that it's really not a markup, but it's the cost of business. And Councilman Jim Art mentioned about what is the average cost of maintenance, but that's neither here or there. I think we really need to tweak it and fine tune it. You guys got a lot of work you're doing over there on the vehicles, but we definitely need to find a better system than what we have now, because there's too many variables and unanswered questions, and it's too complicated where it should not really need to be that complicated when it comes to vehicle maintenance, and to needing that much more to balance your books is questionable. But I thank you for your explanation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Davey.
Just one quick question. Just looking at the slides here. So if city staff agreed to the 20%, where's the 20% actually going? Where's that 20% going?
It is to clear those indirect charges.
So that's on page 9?
That is just a brief list. The budget amendment that you have on page 3 of that last section is the majority of the dollars that is cleared through what we call the markups, and I agree that we need a different terminology for that if we continue to use that method. But on page 3 of that budget amendment, that last section that in the handout, it will list and give dollar amounts for those items that is covered through the 20% addition to the cost.
Is it this one right here?
Yes. So in that bottom section, everything except fuel and parts is included in the what is recovered through the 20%. Also, the top first 3 items deal with direct labor, and the insurance. There's like 3 or 4 categories of insurance, workers' comp, different things like that. Those are recovered through the 20%.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's it. Thank you very much, Mr. Miller.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Moan's got another question. Mr. Miller, hang on.
This was on our televised council meeting last week. We pulled it for discussion tonight. I just want to confirm that this budget ordinance amendment 2015-12 PWC Fleet Maintenance Internal Service Fund will be on our agenda on the 8th, because I think that was the motion that Councilmember Art made last week. Are we still tracking that way?
Council members, that would be my recommendation for council to
Heads
approve
over the
this.
nodding. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if possible too, could we get some indication from the council as to their action that they may take on this for Monday night?
I would recommend it go on consent.
Will it be on consent, Mr. Manager? Is that
My recommendation is to put it on consent and approve it as presented.
Well, maybe it shouldn't go on consent then.
Mr. Mayor, the consensus vote now.
Well, I don't mind. You guys want to take consensus, how we're going to?
Nothing wrong with consensus. I mean, I guess they want to get a feel of where they are and, you know, what.
Well, I would like to get a feel whether I am comfortable signing pre-audits to continue purchasing parts for, so we are not in a budget violation.
Okay. So if, for a consensus vote, council, if you want to probably vote on this for Monday night in consensus only, go ahead and vote the way that you would guess that you're going to vote Monday. Was that open enough?
You ready? You gonna clear the board?
Yeah, it's clear. Yep. All right. Yeah, I'll go ahead and open it up. That's that would be a 7-3, Mr. Miller.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, there's a storm coming up. If there's anybody who needs to get out of here, now's a good time. I'm going to use the restroom.
Council is actually asking for another break. Is everyone here waiting on this next item, or are you guys just comfortable kind of hanging out in the audience?
You don't have to answer that question.
Are you staying for this next item? Okay, then we'll move through this. Hang on, we'll hold off on the break, Mayor Pro Tem, unless you just got to go. Mr. Voorhees, go ahead, please. 4.06.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. In response to the work session, we have a couple of key changes that we'd like to recommend for you to consider. Regret that this presentation didn't make it into your electronic agenda package. As you recall, these items were discussed last Wednesday. That gave us 2 days to work on it, and some of them weren't finished until today. Page up, page down. Well, that didn't work. There we go. So what we're looking for is budget direction for the stormwater project funding. We, as you recall, in the recommended budget, show a 25 cent per month increase in the stormwater fee. We presented the 5-year CIP for the stormwater fund. There was discussion about trying to accelerate that program of work, and possibly also looking at whether we had enough work in fiscal 16. We had a project that was kicked into 17, and whether we could maybe move that forward. So we have some recommendations for you to look at, including a $10 million revenue bond approach. We also have a recommendation on Fire Station 16 and Fire Station 4, and how we can swap those out and try to advance Fire Station 16 project, including the temporary station. And then we just call your attention to the Group 3 council budget questions that we sent out, and if we have any follow-on questions to that. So
that all looks good. Mr. Voorhees, what action are you looking for council?
Well, we'll move right on to that. I know one of the other questions was about prioritization. We want to make sure that you understand that this is a sample document here that shows the prioritization process. Don't expect you to be able to read it online. At a big picture, it includes investigation, prioritization around a number of factors. Then we move to design and construction. So you can see there's a number of factors on that form that are part of what creates the prioritization. So it's not just sort of what does staff want to do. It includes all these factors, and we can get you an actual copy of that form if you have more interest. And then here's our recommendation for, I believe this is the one that shows the changes, advancing a project. I believe it was the Roxy Avenue project. Oh, I'm sorry, Spruce Street. Yeah, that's right. Spruce Street Phase 2 was in the follow-on year of fiscal 17, so that's paired up with the Roxy Avenue project to create closer to the regular $2 million that we've been spending in 16. This shows how we might approach it with a $10 million bond strategy, and I'd be more than happy to bring Lee up here to talk about how this might work in detail if council would like to do that. In a nutshell, I believe it's an additional 25-cent increase that would be required on top of the current proposed 25. We do show how we deliver these projects, because we have to front load the research piece in the early years to be able to build them in the out years, but it is an accelerated schedule. And that's the highlight of it.
Thank you, Mr. Chris.
That 25 cents, is that more than what you were initially asking for?
Councilmember Chris, we were recommending an increase of 25 cents a month in the recommended budget. If you'd like to use a revenue bond strategy to accelerate some of these projects in the $10 million range, then that would mean we would need to move to an increase of 50 cents a month.
I think the other night when we discussed this, I think we were all pretty much in agreement that at 25%, that's not going to do it. And so the question was asked about a bond referendum. Is $10 million over? You got a lot of fiscal years going here, about 5 of them, I think. $10 million over 5 fiscal years, that's still just $2 million a year. We're right back where we were, aren't we? Aren't we doing $2 million this fiscal year? So if we're going to do a $10 million bond referendum that encompasses 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20, that's an average of $2 million. I don't see how that's going to get it, Mr. Manager. Is $10 million bond going to do it? I don't think so. I don't know. I'm not an expert on what the costs are for storm water.
I think I'll ask staff to help me with this, but I believe when we were talking about how to build this funding model a couple of years ago, we were talking about a known $40 million backlog approximately, and so this certainly doesn't get to the total. What this does is it moves $10 million worth of projects a bit faster.
Yes, sir. But if we go out there and we ask the citizens to stand with us for a $10 million bond referendum.
Let me correct you right there, sir. Just be clear on this.
We
would not have to do a referendum,
okay,
because it's a revenue bond. Yes,
revenue
sir.
bond of $10 million, but taxpayers have to pay it anyway. So it's still going back to you, Jeff, to pay it. But the whole question is, Lee, Mr. Jernigan?
Yes, sir.
Here's what we can't do. Obviously, if we do it as a revenue bond, it's still, tax monies are still going to have to service the debt, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We can't keep going to the well. In other words, going to the people and nickeling and diming them. All right, we want 25 cents more a month this year, but now we want a $10 million bond issue, and then 5 years from now we turn around and we want some more money. I mean, we need to be honest and straightforward and upfront with the citizens. What's it going to cost us to fix our stormwater problems in this city? That's the question.
Well,
that's the question that they're going to want to know. What's it going to cost me as a resident of this city to help fix our stormwater problem? Not in 5-year increments, but how do we fix? You know, we've been lucky so far. Normally April is a rainy season, and we didn't get a lot this year. But you and I remember last year when the Hardys down there at Skybow and Rayford Road was flooded, okay, and others. So I hope I'm making the strong point here. We need to try to figure out some kind of way, what's it going to cost us in total to get this problem fixed?
I would be remiss if I tried to say that we could use a $10 million bond strategy to complete the backlog of projects. We got here as a community over approximately 50 years.
Yep.
The infrastructure was not adequately constructed, and we're not the only ones. Stormwater was something that was neglected nationwide, and now we're going to have to pay to fix it. I don't think that we can tell our taxpayers that there is a known price that we will pay once and be done. I'm afraid this is going to be something that will be with all of us for the rest of our lives as homeowners and property owners. Okay. The only question is how fast do we build this, and our goal in presenting the previous funding plan was to try not to raise the stormwater fee in too rapid a fashion, but at the same time make measurable progress so that folks can see that we're having an impact.
So my question here is, if we approve the revenue bond strategy and you still want to go up on the stormwater fee, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I still, and I'm going to leave it alone, Mr. Mayor, but I'm just looking at 10 million and the number of fiscal years that we're stretching this out. That's still only 2 million a year. And that's plus a little bit there, but I don't know. I'm just leery that 10 million is not even close enough to take us through 5 years, Mr. Jernigan.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Crisp. Let me move on to Mr. Hurst.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Chris, for your questions. They pretty much answered mine, but as you know, Mr. Jernigan and Mr. Kaysen and Mr. Manager in District 5, stormwater is probably the #1 issue that I deal with because of the effects that it has on properties. So, Mr. Kaysen, $10 million, do you feel like that would move our projects forward pretty quickly? I know we can't do it all at once. Don't expect to, but how do you feel about that?
I think that would be a start. That would only be a start. We've got projects identified behind what we've shown here to the tune of about $30 million. That's an estimate. But as you know, we spoke last week about doing some studies, basin-wide studies in a couple of different areas. That will identify more projects. So like Mr.
Can you step up to the mic so the citizens? Okay.
So, as Mr. Voorhees has indicated, I mean, this is a long-term arrangement that is not going to be satisfied with one bond or two bonds or maybe even three.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it, Mr. Kaysen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurst. Mr. Moan?
This, Mr. Voorhees, just trying to refresh my memory. Last year, this council, we came up with a 5-year plan to gradually increase the stormwater fee. I think last year we did 50 cents per month. This year, you're sticking to that plan. You're going to add 25 cents this year in the next 3 years.
Yes, sir.
Is that still the plan? Currently?
Yeah, that was the plan, and of course, if you want to accelerate it, then we would need to accelerate the increases. To the extent that you do that, that gives us additional capacity to either do more projects in a pay-as-you-go mode, or we could use that to buy some debt and try to do it that way. But either way, we would have to increase faster. I'm sorry that we don't have a bunch more options, but we've only had a week or so to kind of play it out. But this original plan was, yes, sir, the plan we proposed last year.
Right, and if we, for some reason, do go with the revenue bonds, the $10 million revenue bond over the life of the revenue bond could be another $1 million plus $2 million in interest. Is that possible? I mean, we have to pay interest on that.
We would pay interest. We've been getting pretty good rates in the 2 to 3% range. I mean, I'm not sure it would be $1 million on 10 sounds like 10%, so it's probably a little high, but $200,000 to $500,000 maybe. I mean, we're really throwing it out there here.
Right. So we're not really prepared to discuss revenue bonds tonight because not enough research has been done. That's the takeaway I'm getting.
Thank you, Mr. Moan.
Thank you,
Mr. Golden.
I think my point's been made a couple of times. I mean, the idea when we discussed it the last time was to get a jolt to the project list. This really doesn't get it. I mean, I understand you're trying to keep the cost moderate, and I don't know what staff's capacity is. I didn't really see where any of the projects from the projected year in the 5-year CIP were moved up, with the exception of Spruce Street, right?
Yes, sir. That was the one other question council had last week, was could that Spruce Street project be accelerated into this coming fiscal year as opposed to carrying over that projected revenue that we were showing on our revenue model from last week. And so that is a possibility. That's kind of one option here outside of the bond option.
Okay, so where's the page that shows what the 10 million would move up? Where's the schedule?
Basically that one slide, I think it's our previous slide from this one.
This is small.
Excuse me, basically what that illustrates is that list of projects. It has the fiscal year beside it, but that was the extracted from the previous CIP, just showing where those projects were previously programmed in the CIP. But that would be the list. The interesting, or the issue, addressing your issue about staff capacity, is if you'll notice there's only 2 of those projects that are currently designed. So it would require the design to be done on those remaining projects, because we've been operating under that other model where we're producing 2 to 4 projects a year. So to accelerate 10 million worth would be a capacity issue.
Other than the design work?
The design work would be a capacity issue, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Mr. Art.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Manager and Mr. Jernigan. I'm just, if I recall and listening in tonight, the ability to accelerate projects forward is not there. Is that an accurate statement?
We do have limitations, yes, sir.
So I guess my question is, you know, not even looking at the tax bond, you know, option, but I guess my question is, why are we looking at a 25-cent increase when we don't have projects that we can execute next year and we're going to carry $750,000 forward?
Councilmember Arp, we do have the capacity to move forward at the rate that we originally proposed, which would include the
3 or 2 projects.
Spruce Street and Roxy Avenue project. So that one wasn't as much a capacity issue as an earlier revenue estimate showed that the Spruce Street project would not have enough funding, and so halfway through the year it was kicked down to the next year. It turns out revenues just captured what we would need, and so we didn't make that change, but we certainly can. We have the capacity to move that forward. The issue on capacity is significantly accelerating the schedule that we presented to you. That the kind of thing that might happen if we had 10 million in cash now, we would be limited. What I would recommend is that we go with the 25 cents, which does fund our current plan and continues at the rate of around $2 million with the capital projects in the year, and also funds the rest of the operating projects in the fund. But then bring to council over this upcoming fiscal year a much more aggressive plan that might include a 10 million, might include a 20 million, might include a 30 million package, but would also have to address the staff capacity piece. We would absolutely need to contract for additional design capacity, and because we wouldn't be able to do that with our in-house resources. But with only 2 days, we did the best we could to give you a $10 million bump. It's got some limitations, but we could show some progress. If you want something bigger, like 20, 30, or even more acceleration on the 10, we would need to really think through that.
No, listen, I appreciate the effort. I guess my suggestion is, rather than trying to push forward with this, it sounds like more deliberate planning is necessary to execute an increase like that. And I guess the question I'm asking is, since we're carrying a $750,000 balance forward, and that's what I understood based on the briefing last week, do you really need to raise 25 cents this year, or could we forego that fee increase and focus on a more comprehensive package for next year?
I think this is predicated based on the 25-cent increase. If you could give me just a second to confirm.
Thank you.
That.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, tell you, I don't have a problem with 25 cents. I'm paying over $500 a year to FEMA for flood insurance because my house is on a slab.
Well, I'm not opposed. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I understand.
Mr. Jernigan, come on up. We got a couple of questions for you while they're doing that. Mr. Wright.
Yes, Mr. Jernigan, and I know you're familiar with the Chestnut Hills area.
Yes, sir.
We've talked about that extensively, and I understand the overall picture is going to take time and things like that. But I do want to mention that area, and if there could be a quick fix. I know we've had beaver problems, and the way the area down in Chestnut Hills is designed, we have a lot of runoff. At this point, we have a lot of unhappy residents down there. Someone had promised that they would go down and maybe do a quick fix, like clean the creek of debris. Is that something that we could do?
We can certainly check it out.
That area, and I need
make sure we followed up on everything we've committed to, and if there's any additional kind of minor improvements we could make in the shorter term, we can certainly examine and see if we got any of those.
Please follow up with me on that.
Sure, I will.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Mr. Voorhees, you have an answer?
Mayor and Council, after kind of looking at that, I think it's sort of a pick your poison question. If we raise the fee 25 cents a month this year and 25 cents a month next year, we're on track. If you choose to do 50 cents this year and nothing next year, or nothing this year and 50 cents next year, it can probably accommodate it either way. The risk is that we get way off track if we skip a year and then skip another year. Then we really start to have difficulties. So certainly if council would like to do 50 this year and none next year, or vice versa, it looks like we can accommodate that.
Thank you, Mr. Voorhees.
Thank you, Mr. Voorhees.
Ms. Jensen.
Mr. Jernigan,
yes, ma'am.
Since it's a work session, I do have a question. We seem to forget. The area where I'm at, I'm in District 1, and we have I-95 coming through, and there's College Lakes neighborhood in my district. With 95 coming through, they're seeming to have a ton more flooding problems, and the answer that they are getting is when 295 is, taken care of, that DOT should come in and, kind of fix that problem. Is that right? Is that halfway true? Is that a possibility?
It could be, yes. The construction, really, not to get too deep, but the construction of a facility that in depth requires a lot of material being relocated.
Right.
Now, again, they're supposed to have erosion control measures in place to prevent losing that material from a certain area. But, there could be, basically they don't have, they're diligent about their seeding and mulching to prevent some runoff, but still all that has to be a very diligent process. So if there's specific concerns someone has or areas we can get in contact with DOT about, we'll certainly work and
that whole
kind of help.
College Lakes area where 295 is, and they're coming in, and I think in 2016 when it's done, hopefully they'll get it on track. But could you kind of check on that?
Absolutely, and the short answer to your question is once that project is complete, all the stormwater runoff for that highway should be contained within DOT's drainage system.
Right, and that's
now,
what
we're not quite there yet, but
that's what they're kind of telling us. But it's just a long process. It's a process.
Yes, ma'am. But we will certainly check on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jensen. All right, Mr. Voorhees, back to you, sir.
So at this point, my final thoughts on this would be we'd welcome council's direction on this. When we adopt the budget, which is scheduled for June 8th, we would need to have the plan of approach for the stormwater fund incorporated in that, since we collect this revenue stream through the Cumberland County tax billing process. We'll need to give them what that rate is, so because it is billed on an annual basis, and we wouldn't be able to change it during the middle of the year. So the next issue, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, is Fire Station 16 and Fire Station 4, and so our recommendation based on council feedback is to advance an additional $200,000 to make temporary Station 16 usable for the interim period until Station 16 can be a permanent location, can be identified and built upon. Looking at that anticipated date of fiscal 19, we would be using temporary Station 16 for 4 to 5 years. Given that this is the recommendation that we advance $200,000 into the new budget year for improvements so that we can operate that station temporarily. Then in fiscal 17, we would program the land acquisition, in fiscal 18 the design, and fiscal 19 the construction of a permanent location. But this would place Engine Company 16 in service in that district beginning now, essentially, and then accommodate them through the transition to a new permanent facility in fiscal 19. And that would defer Station 4, which is currently operating, but we wouldn't wait too long because we do need to get on with that program. We currently have it shown here that land purchase would be scheduled for fiscal 18. We would probably begin identifying land actually sooner than that, and if a good deal came along, might be able to approach that through fund balance or some other means. As council knows, we had land acquisition money for Fire Station 12 set up for the current fiscal year. We were fortunately able to work out an arrangement with Cumberland County Schools that we believe will be consummated pretty shortly. While we didn't save money on that necessarily, we got, I think, a win-win for the city and the county, because the funds that we might have saved on land acquisition are actually going to help with some road issues that the school has, and I think we get a better co-located shared site there. And then, well, that's the recommendation, and we'd now at this point welcome council feedback and direction. We need to make those final changes to the budget ordinances, the CIP, and all that in order to be able to present them to you a week from today for adoption.
Mayor Pro Tem Davey.
Thank you, Ted. I guess my question in regards to the temporary station, which will be in effect for about 45 years. The cost that we're paying for the temporary station, do you think that's a good cost versus moving forward with the new construction?
Council Member Davey, Mayor Pro Tem Davey, that's my concern. I shared at the last meeting that it didn't give me a lot of pleasure to spend money on a temporary building. Having said that, we want to get the location right, and I think that given the growth in that area and some issues that have been raised by the department, we would like to make sure that we go through an appropriate site selection process rather than assume that the current location that was donated to the city is the right location. We would like to...
You're talking about the Fields Road?
Yes, ma'am. We'd like to go through an appropriate analysis to make sure that that site is the right site, and then regardless of when funding is available, there's just going to be a design lag. So I'm not sure that we can accelerate this project more than maybe one fiscal year, but at some point it is a great value proposition question. You don't want to spend temporary money unnecessarily, but at least 2 years in a temporary location is probably reasonable to provide improved coverage.
And okay, so in regards to the temporary, I know we spoke about the times and then mostly the peak daytimes. Will there also be some tracking to see the calls for service possibly at nighttime to see if we may need to have some coverage out there at nighttime?
Yes, ma'am. We do track that, so that'd be certainly something we can provide to council.
Anybody else have a question? It's just me.
Nope, just you.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to say something briefly in regards to this concern. I think we're here at 9 o'clock. I do want to thank our firefighters for being here. I know it's been about 4 hours, so we want to just thank you for coming out and listening and see what we do each and every day. But I guess what my question is, as we've talked about this over and over again, not just with fire, but also with police, I just hope that the future council and staff will continue to look at the more long-term resolution as we talked about moving our public safety officers to more of a market level and looking at more of the performance as a factor and not really just dropping the ball on it now. So I know there's been strides to improving it, and I want to thank staff for that, but again, there's still more to be completed. So I guess my question for you, Ted, is in regards to what are the next steps, since we're talking about fire right now, what is the next steps to make sure that this discussion will continue to be transparent and engaging the staff members?
Well, with regard to the pay plan, which is what I'm understanding is your interest, we certainly have that plan available. There will be an effort to go and discuss the details with the full department at various station meetings coming up. I think there's some good news in that plan, in that it does move really all the pay classifications forward relative to their current position. Some firefighters will get a significant pay increase, and it does move folks to a step plan that has a certain level of certainty. In recent years, pay increases for city employees has been around 2%. This plan shows some increases in excess of that through the steps. And while I'll acknowledge it's not as generous as the police pay plan, it is more generous than the general employee pay plan. And so at this point, we recommend it as movement in the right direction, but with all employee pay plans, it requires constant maintenance and benchmarking, and remains one of the management challenges for council and your senior leadership here to try to get right as we move forward, to retain the best employees we can get to deliver the services that our citizens expect.
Now, do we have and this is for both departments, do we have like a steering committee or committee made up of the senior leadership and also officers and firefighters that have an opportunity, stakeholders, to discuss this, so it's more of an engagement?
We have had groups like that in the past, and certainly plan to do it in the future.
So it'll be a mixture of not just senior leadership, but various ranks in this stakeholder discussion?
That has been the case, and I expect it to continue.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Hurst.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Davey, for your lead on Station 16. Mr. Manager, Station 12, Hope Mills Road, District 5, still on schedule?
I'm going to have to turn and look. I think we've still got some design issues that we're working through. I'm not sure that we're on a particular schedule, but it is moving forward.
Because we all know that is way past due. And then secondly, Station 4, the analysis, has that been done as far as moving that forward on up North Bragg Boulevard, closer to the I-295 loop? Is that analysis been done about the location? We're putting that off.
I do know the department has some preliminary thoughts about where it needs to go based on coverage areas and response times. I haven't been shown the details, but I know that the department has done some work on that.
Okay, and Mr. Bauer can just get that to me later. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Hirsch. Any further questions, council?
Yes, sir. Can I push my light?
It's your red light.
Red light.
That's all right, Mr. Crisp. You already spoke up. Mr. Crisp.
Mr. Manager, thank you so much. $200,000 is not a lot of money to spend to give citizens out Cedar Creek Road the best possible fire protection they're entitled to. And so I do strongly recommend that that be in this budget, and we move with all due speed and haste to put a temporary station out there. Saying that, I'm still concerned that that temporary station might be there for 5 years. I think that's a long period of time. The other question I have, is why land purchase for Station 4 in FY18? Why can't we do land purchase for 16 and 4 in FY17? What's the restriction there that would cause us to purchase the land for Station 4 in FY18?
I think it's just the funding plan that we have for the CIP, but be assured that based on this feedback, that we will take council's thoughts into consideration as we develop the CIP and the funding plan for the following fiscal year. You know, some things may need to be added, some things may need to drop off, and we'll look at acceleration as best we can.
And I make the point to you that when we're talking about citizen safety, we have to move with speed, and we can't be overly concerned with price. Secondly, Station 4, that's an old station. It's really not adequate for our firefighters. It was built in the day when there were probably just men firefighters. Now we got everybody, and so we've got to move with some speed and haste there to accommodate them. If there's a female in that engine company, she's entitled to the proper accommodations. So we got to do that. The next thing I want to say to you is this. I did send an email today. I did get this chart concerning the pay, but I also in that email asked of you and Mr. Power, I still want to see a copy of the initial recommendations that the study provided on the pay plan for the fire department. I don't recall having seen that. I recall seeing what y'all fed me, but I want to see what that initial study said in regards to a pay plan, please.
Be happy to provide any of the...
And I'd like to have it before Monday if possible. All right?
Yes, sir.
To the firemen, we know what you do. And we're going to do right by what you do. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Crisp. Mr. Voorhees, do you need any further direction from council?
Council members, thank you, Mayor. I do. I just need a consensus on the stormwater, whether we're going to go with 25 or 50 in the upcoming year or 0. And that will then be built into the ordinances that will come before you a week from today. And then I also would appreciate a consensus that the revised schedule for the fire station construction and the CIP also be acknowledged and supported. Certainly, as I mentioned, that out years can be potentially reworked and accelerated, but the principle of moving 16 forward and 4 back and going ahead and advancing some funds to the temporary station, that is key for the fiscal 16 budget.
All right, council, the easiest way I think we can do this, since there's so many options with the with a 25 cent and 50 cent and no cent, is...
Mr. Mayor, I like 25 and 25.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. 25 this year, 25 next.
Great. On Mr. Crisp's recommendation, if you'd like to take a consensus vote and just give an idea where you're going to be at Monday night, push your button. All right, there's what you need.
If you could be a little clearer, that would be helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Voorhees. Now, for the advanced funding of Fire Station 16 and 4, to move that up. Again, if you just want to vote on how you may vote on Monday night in a consensus for direction, that again is unanimous.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Voorhees. At this time, we'll take a 10-minute break.
Yeah. See this? Give me a second.
Yeah, Carolyn said that. But that doesn't say vote 20%. 220. That's one, but if you didn't put the 20% on parks, you'd have higher overall.
This much money has to be collected. You collect it in any of a number of different ways. You can collect less in one way, you collect more in another. And by law, it has to be zero at the end. That's the short and the long.
Next thing, we don't want to go out and go to jail and buy the park and you have authorization to pay for it.
Yeah, orange is not a good place. Yeah, that's good.
Round them up.
Say that in front of them.
Hey, Jared. How are you?
Good evening, everybody.
How are you? Glad you could hang out with us.
Honorary member.
That's it. That's it.
It's all part of the keep the council honest thing, you know.
How are you doing?
That maintenance thing is.
We're covering a lot of ground here tonight.
Hey, let's go. All right, we'll come back into session. Council, thank you very much. Looking at item 4.08, and that is I'm sorry, that's not the right number. 4.09, which is a co-sponsorship with Latino Community Connects.
It was 4.07, Mayor.
That's what these are for. All right, 4.07, the zoning buffer along the Cape Fear River.
Where is it?
Would you guys please? Mr. Art, would you like to articulate?
Yeah, I'm glad Mr. Hurst is in support already. Mr. Mayor, it's, we've had several instances of late where we've had people who have come in and requested zoning for industrial use along the river. And currently there are many areas along the river that are zoned heavy industrial, which means that you can do heavy manufacturing, assembling, fabricating, processing, distribution, storage, research and development, and other industrial uses and large-scale industrial uses right adjacent to the river. And there's been some concern about protecting the river. And one of the problems that we deal with as a council is when one of these requests comes in and the land is zoned heavy industrial, we don't have any option other than to consider it in accordance with the laws and the zoning for that piece of land. So with that said, in discussion with you, I thought it would be appropriate to direct staff to develop an alternate land use plan in these areas adjacent to the river and provide other zoning options other than HI to ensure that we protect the river, and then have the staff come back and present these options back to us on how we might, through zoning, provide some very protective measures to this watershed that we all desire to be a centerpiece of our city.
Not only for the ecology, but also for recreation and, as we look at what's going on in the next 20, 50, 100 years on what we'd like to see the riverfront look like, could include tourism and so forth. So that was the intent of placing this item on the agenda. Lights are on.
Yep, you got mine, right?
Mr. Moan.
What's your thoughts about having this added to our comprehensive plan. They're already going to do the downtown area. They're going to identify, make that an extension, and that's going to be the first thing they look at in our comprehensive plan, is to define all the different areas, in downtown, and do the river overlay, make that part so it's part of the initial push.
No, I think that's a great idea, and I think and I think Mr. Colvin just said it, to have a Cape Fear River overlay that's dedicated to support the types of endeavors we'd like to see along the river.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moan. Mr. Hurst.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Shuford, can I have him just ask about that? Now, that comprehensive plan, is this something that could be done, let's say, a little bit sooner, quicker, and be a part of that comprehensive plan? Because we don't want to give Mr. Deaton too much to hit at one time. Or
well, here's what I'm going to suggest, is that we don't try to do the comprehensive plan with staff resources all at once. Mm-hmm. That we would come forward, for example, if you give us direction tonight to go after the river first, we'll do that first, and we'll have implementation tools and techniques for that particular area that we'll propose to you, and you can take action on those, and then we'll do that for some of the other areas that have been suggested here tonight, and some that we put on our list as well. So we bring those to you in pieces over several months. You can take action on those, and then at some point in the future we'll put it all together and you adopt the comprehensive plan in total.
Thank you, Mr. Shuford, and I appreciate the mayor and Councilmember Art bringing this up, because as a member of the Gateway Committee and Council Members Colvin and Davey and I, with you and some others that took a tour of the river that afternoon not too long ago, we saw a lot of what we could see through the trees, with the HI. So, and we got a salvage yard coming. We can't do anything about that. But what about the other parts? Once this is kind of like rezoned or overlay and done, what happens if someone with the already existing tanks, et cetera, what's the process of that real quickly?
Well, in all likelihood, they'll become non-conforming uses. They'll be unable to expand, and hopefully the changes that you adopt will spur different types of development along the river that may end up providing the owners of those lands with the option to sell out for other uses that might actually be more lucrative to them in the long run.
Thank you. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, I was just going to say the administration was interested in advancing some planning around this topic, but we're fiscally constrained, as we always are. I think if the privilege license tax had been restored or something like that, this was high on the list where we would have advanced some kind of study on it. So we look forward to working on it.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Coleman.
Mr. Schiffer caught a lot of my questions. Bobby asked it about how you transition the parts of the areas that are already heavy industrial to become the district that you wanted to do, or are you able to do it in sections where you could have a certain concentration in one section, while you work those other existing areas into the plan? So I think you kind of touched that a little bit.
It's going to be hard for us to say tonight how we might do that, but you're exactly right. There could be an industrial section of the river, and there could be other sections that fit in. I'm almost thinking that in the long run, you might want to look at the area south of I suppose the Botanical Garden as looking like the area to the north of there. So that would be sort of the likely projection over a period of time that we would work toward getting into that direction.
Mr. Chris.
Mr. Mayor, Council, I'm just not keen on lumping it into the comprehensive plan, because the comprehensive plan is going to take quite some time to develop and write. I think we need to set about to immediately protect the river by doing an overlay, a planned overlay, if we can do it in-house without having to spend money, and get this thing amended into the UDO, and we need to do it fast.
Great suggestion, Mr. Crisp. Mr. Shuford, you want to address how you're going to do that for Mr. Crisp?
Yes, sir, Mr. Crisp. I think this is one of those cases where you can have your cake and eat it too. Our proposal for the comprehensive plan would be for each of these districts or areas that we've suggested for study, and y'all have added a few of them here tonight for our effort. That we don't have to wait until we do the entire comprehensive plan before we take on each of those districts. So clearly, I think you're on the right track that if you're wanting to see something quick, we can bring that forward for the river, and then we have other areas that we would follow up with, and those can be adopted separately, but then ultimately become part of the comprehensive plan. You may recall Mr. Deaton speaking about, I think it was Mr. Colvin who asked the question about Murchison Road and some other areas where we've done studies. It would be similar to that. And that action would just be incorporated into the plan, but it would be after the fact.
Okay, but my point is, we need to get this done. That's our drinking water. That's our primary source of drinking water, and not only that, I'm just going to tell y'all, any body shop that's pulling parts off cars, radiators, transmissions and all, they're going to have spills. And those spills are going somewhere. Now, if it's on a concrete surface, they're going to wash, because water runs downhill except one place in the world, other. But water and liquids run downhill. And downhill is toward the river. Okay?
Great.
And we got to protect that river. I'm serious. We got to protect that river, and we got to do it fast.
Thank you, Mr. Crisp. Mr. Wright.
Well, I'll just echo what Mr. Chris was saying, because my question was, is there a way that we could speed up the process? And that was answered, so thank you.
Yes, sir. I think it's pretty clear the council wants us to get started on this right away.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Shuford. Mr. Voorhees, do you need any further direction on this?
I don't think so, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, if I can, in the recommendation that I made, it was that the staff come back and present options to the council no later than September 14th of this year.
Very good. Does that give you enough time, Mr. Shuford? Great. Thank you. I will put my glasses back on.
All right.
4.08, request to return vehicle maintenance back to the City Council. And I think this was put on by Mr. Crisp, if I remember
Yes, sir.
correctly.
Mr. Mayor and Council, if I may. We've done a lot of talking about the vehicle maintenance. I think we've just about weighed in on every possible avenue to this, but I want to add something for your consideration. We can outsource these vehicles. Obviously, it would take us a year to return it in-house, but every one of those Dodge police cars that are under warranty could go to a Dodge dealership for service and not cost us a dime. Not a single dime. We can save millions. Now, when I say we can save millions, I want y'all to hear me, because I was in the car business. We made millions of dollars in the dealerships where I was based on warranty work. Millions. All right? And the only difference is the manufacturer does send out their own auditors to audit the warranty work, okay? Sometimes they'll charge you back. But that wouldn't be on us. That would be on the dealership that we outsource it to, okay? Very clearly, there's money that we can save. Not only will we be saving in terms of our budget, but those businesses that we would be outsourcing it to, it would increase their revenue. Thus, it would increase our tax base. Okay? It's a no-brainer. It's time to bring it back in-house. I don't want to talk about it forever. I'm just making the recommendation and calling for a consensus of who wants to bring it back in the house. Under the agreement, it would take us a year to do it.
I second that, Mr.
All right. Well, let's have a little bit of discussion. Mr. Arp, you're next.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Mr. Crisp, thank you for your recommendation. I've long been an advocate of the government not doing things that the government's not good at, and that includes the Public Works Commission as well as the City of Fayetteville. And certainly, if there are vendors in our community that can do this work, then we ought to consider that. We ought to look at third-party contractors who can do this work, that their primary specialty is automotive maintenance. And I think it would be of benefit to local car or automotive shops here if they could win the work and at a rate lower than what we could do it. So I certainly think we ought to look at that. And I think that ought to be something that we look at it on about every 3 to 5 year basis. Whether PWC is doing the maintenance or the city brings the maintenance back in or whatever, we should, in a continual basis, to ensure that we're making the most effective application of the taxpayer's dollar or the ratepayer's dollar, we ought to be looking at every 3 to 5 years, are we getting the best bang for our buck? And if we're not, then, you know, we go ahead and make the appropriate decision to move to the best financial decision that provides the best quality service and work back.
Thank you. Mr. Moan?
I think we should have staff look at this. You know, as I mentioned earlier in the meeting, in our recommended budget, you know, we're up to $7 million in fiscal year 16, you know, projected vehicle maintenance, which is $1 million more than what we have in the current budget. So I think it's well worth looking into. I mean, we have to keep doing what we're doing now, but that gives staff time to do a thorough analysis and figure out, you know, where we can save money and what is most cost effective for the taxpayers.
Well, it would take a year to phase it in.
Thank you, Mr. Colvin.
With the current arrangement, I know there was, at June 30th, you have to give the year notification. If the consensus is, I know we're coming up on this deadline, so, Mr. Manager, would you be able to comply with that, as well as the purchasing that you've already been instructed to do?
I'm not sure how to answer that question. I mean, certainly we could provide the notification. Transferring that level of operation in 1 year is a tall order.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Yeah, Mr. Arp.
Yeah, Mr. Colvin, I think it's more than just a notification. It's the ability of the city and the staff to absorb the maintenance program into the city within a year. That's the piece. So you would give notification in June, and then a year from now in June, the city would have to have a plan on the ground to do maintenance internally or to do it externally. So that's the piece I think the staff's got to be prepared to do.
That was my question for him.
Yeah, I just think that was the concern that maybe.
Now, as it relates to purchasing, I mean, we've already had our decision on that, I thought. But are you able to build a capacity in a year, Mr. Manager, for something like that? Particularly if you're looking at outsourcing the fleet maintenance.
Yeah, bringing it in-house. I don't want to do that.
What we've talked about is his recommendation was to return the maintenance back to the control of the city. So whether the city decides to outsource it with a local company, which I support that, or do it themselves, or do some other method, it's the control of it that we're talking about, and they require a year's notice. So, I mean, that's what it boils down to, right, Mr. Manager?
Yes, whether we do it ourselves or contract it out, I'm understanding the request to be directly under the city's responsibility, and I'm just afraid I can't really answer the question whether I can do it in a year. It's tall order. 1,600 to 1,800 vehicles, whatever that number is, specialty equipment. And I don't know what the capacity of this community's vendors is to service a fleet of that size. I don't have those answers.
Don't you also have companies like Enterprise and these larger corporations that service large company fleet programs?
Yes, there are companies that do that.
All right, Council, what's your wish?
Mr. Mayor, may I add another comment?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
We're talking about control. Obviously, the city would have to have a small shop in which they kept up with these vehicles, the scheduling of them for maintenance and those kinds of things. But we would have tremendous savings in personnel alone, okay? Because we wouldn't need all of those mechanics on board if we're outsourcing Chevrolets and Dodges and the vehicles that we have. Now, some of the heavy equipment, there are people that do that. There's a truck coming up and done that takes care of maintenance on big trucks, okay? So it's easy for us to get it done. On some of the specialized equipment, we could perhaps keep some of those mechanics and everything, but again, the question is, and I'll call for it, for a consensus of bringing the work back to the city. We have a year to get it done.
Does that mean setting up a shop?
We would have to have a small shop, but not on the scale that PwC has, because we would be outsourcing the majority of our vehicles. Okay? For example, those police car Dodges that are under warranty, we wouldn't have to pay for the maintenance if it's warranty work. Okay? I mean, let the manufacturer pay for it. It's warranty work.
Let me ask PwC, if a car is currently under warranty, do we take that to you, or do we take that back to the shop for warranty?
I think typically it comes to our shop, and then we take it to the dealer for the warranty work.
And then they charge us 20% on it.
Well, we have manpower to take time to drive it, take it to a location, go back, pick it up. You know, there's a cost associated with getting it to a dealership and getting it back. And that's the cost that we cover.
Okay, so I've got Ms. Jensen next, and then I'm going to come back to you one more time, Mr. Chris, for clarification if you're asking us to set up a city shop for maintenance.
Okay, my question is to Mr. Voorhees, is there any way that we can, I guess before our next session, just kind of get a round number because of outsourcing it? Because what I would hate to do is in a year take this over and we end up outsourcing everything, which is fine if that's going to save us money. But if we are outsourcing to Dunn and Raleigh and other places, people, you never know. If we can't do it, then we have to outsource it, and then people are losing jobs. We want the jobs to stay here. Yeah, we need a plan.
Mr. Moan.
I sent council an email about a week ago where I went back to the 2005 budget. The last year, city had its own internal fleet maintenance fund. This was before Big Bang annexation. And that was with parts and personnel, it was over $5 million. And that was, we had a small garage. Again, look at how big our transit department has grown, our fire department, our police department. We went from 1,360 employees up to 1,598 in the current budget. I just don't see how the city manager and staff, we already have $7 million budgeted, that he could come up with a plan to continue the current maintenance. Hire, we're going to need 30-plus people. We had 33 last time to cover all the admin, the mechanics, everything else. I don't see us bringing it totally in-house within 12 months. I mean, I think it would take 5 to 6 months for them to really do a thorough investigation, get some ideas from these different companies, what kind of hourly rates they would charge, everything else, how far. Right now it's pretty convenient. We just drive it down there. What type of truck it is, but 10 years ago it was $5 million, and that was just budgeted. But budgets always come over, and that's before Phase 5 annexation. So I think we should study it, but to set say on the 30th of June, give a 1-year notice, I think would be making it something we couldn't take back, which wouldn't be good.
Okay, so we'll take a consensus vote. Mr. Crisp, if you'll restate it, please.
700. And how long it took me to set up that program? 1 week. Not a lot required.
Government moves a little slower.
You go out here and you go out and you talk to these people.
All right, Council, I'll ask for you to take the consensus vote, please.
Kathy, you gotta press 1.
I did.
There you go.
Madam Clerk, that's 5-5.
So we're just gonna keep paying 20% markup?
If Mr. Crisp allows, I think we should still move forward. Let's look at this for over the next 6 months, and then the next council at the next budget, we could drop the year, we could drop the 1 year notice halfway through the year. But I think he has a great idea to look at it and see where we can find savings. I just have reservations about bringing total control within 12 months.
So, Mr. Bone, if I hear you right, you're looking at a plan that might let an RFP for the future. Is that what I hear?
Based on what the city manager and staff or Mr. Oh, please come on up, sir.
If I could interject here, there's nothing magical about the 12 months that's in the contract, and I don't believe PwC is interested in trying to force your hand in anything you'd like to do with fleet. As far as we're concerned, we are looking at outsourcing some of the things we need now because we don't have enough space with the number of vehicles that we need to maintain. So we are looking at outsourcing what we would call some specialty vehicles. But in turn, if the city wants to move down this path, I'm sure, I'm not going to be here, but I'm sure PwC and the staff would be glad to work with the city manager in developing a plan, which it may take longer than a year to transition. The 12 months was in there because we've got a bunch of employees out there who, if we just stop doing it tomorrow, what do we do with them? So part of the transition plan may be that some of those employees, if you have a small shop, transition to those. It could be that we have some specialty people who handle fire trucks, as an example, and that's all they work on. That's their specialty. They're certified. That may be a group of people who would want to transition to under a city control shop of some sort so they continue to maintain fire trucks. Again, there's nothing magical about that, but I'm sure PwC would, as long as we have a plan, we're all working toward the same goal and objectives, we'll be glad to work with you any way we can.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchard. Mr. Arp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Blanchard. Mr. Manager, what do you think would be an appropriate time frame for you and the staff to come back with a plan for how we might look at either bringing it back in-house, contracting it out, a combination of all the above?
Yeah, I'd like to, council member, look at that over this next year and whether I can bring an executable plan in 1 year or 6 months. I think certainly at least 6 months to study it and then be looking at this issue next budget preparation time as to what we might recommend going forward from there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manager.
All right, Council 4.09 is consideration of co-sponsorship with Latino Community Connects. Council, I had put that on the agenda. I was contacted by the young lady. This is her second year of getting the Latino community involved with some of the civic things going on around town. At her forum that she does that was last year held in the parking lot of a grocery store, attended by thousands of people, was able to distribute information on health care. Several other vendors were there, parts of the community that wanted to let their wares known, their services be known to the Latino community. So I was approached by using Festival Park this year, and I was so impressed with what she had done last year. I thought it would be a good co-sponsorship opportunity to help build the bridge with the Latino community and the things that we do in city government to the Latino community. So with that, I'll leave it for your discussion. Ms. Jensen?
What exactly is she asking for sponsorship?
Well, the co-sponsorship is not asking for an exchange of cash or money or anything like that. She's asking for use of Festival Park, for us to waive those fees, and for us to provide the security that may be needed to work that park. And I think I had the hours on here. I don't have it pulled up. If I remember right, it's like 7 hours.
Okay. So it's just one day. I'm sorry,
Right.
I didn't see.
That's correct. It's
just
just
a
one
day for 7 hours.
One day. And don't quote me on the 7 hours, but it's kind of close to that.
It's a day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Council, Mr. Crisp.
Correct.
No, sir, that was the estimate that staff gave. I honestly believe that might be a little fuzzy math, but they are using overtime hours to work. The staff, my question to them that I have not received an answer for is, if we have events in the park every weekend, then why are we paying overtime and don't have weekend shifts? So that's why I'm sure the staff is, you know, I'm sure that wouldn't be overtime. I couldn't imagine that we would be paying overtime every weekend for events. And I think once they get off their feet, thank you. Yes, sir. Mr. Colvin.
Mr. Mayor, you know, I talked to you, and I kind of like the idea, but I'm wondering, what are we planning on doing for the current largest minority group, or some of these other groups, the Greeks and the other ethnic, you know, this is a very diverse community. I would like to see something more in tune, that if it's a nonprofit that fits a certain description, that we say we may give in-kind services of X. Okay, you apply for it, this is the process, and, you know, you'll get it. Something like that.
Not to exceed.
That way it's a little, not to exceed, that way it's a little more equitable, and you're not picking and choosing, because now, if Umoja comes in and says they want it, and we don't have a consensus on it, then now you've got Umoja pitted against Latinos and so forth. So, I mean, if we make some kind of consistent policy, I think that would be well served for the council.
Okay. Is that something you believe we can kick over to Parks and Rec and have them consider?
I think we give them the parameters and get right on it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm for that. All right, so Mr. Crisp, will you help us out and restate the consensus motion? Is that discussion or is that a vote? Discussion. Mr. Hurst.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The options were full sponsorship or partial sponsorship, and
That's staff's recommendation, not what I'd ask for.
okay. And so you're saying this estimated, what you as had thought was maybe inflated for the Latino Community Connects is $4,863. I was just curious, Mr. Gibson, Festival Park, the prayer walk that was at Festival Park 1, was that Festival Park, they didn't have to pay anything for that event?
Now, the one thing that I want to make sure you understand is the Special Events Committee is not chaired by me.
Oh, okay, so that's...
It's chaired by the Deputy City Manager.
Oh, okay.
Christoph, so that no one director has the ability to offset fees. Because you have traffic services, police, fire, all of those.
It's a whole host of in-kind type services.
Right. That if you want to say a person can go down there and get it for free, or they can do something without those kinds of services, depending on how big the crowd is. Because if you're going to do a walk, then there has to be some kind of management of traffic services.
But it wouldn't rely on environmental services or maybe even necessarily extra police for something like that.
It depends on what it is. Because if they're going to be bringing a big, large group, there's going to be trash. So somebody has to go by and pick up the trash and dump the cans after they leave. So it depends on what that event is.
Okay. I just want to be fair before we make, this decision. I told the mayor, I support it, but I just want to be fair across the board, whether it's partial, in kind, how big. Mr. Bauer, can you expound on what Mr. Gibson had?
Can you answer your question again for me?
Some of the other events that take place at Festival Park that I see, setups and all that kind of stuff, I don't know if they're donated or not, or do they pay, and then, right. So if you'll expound on it.
The current policy is that, except for the list where the council has made a decision to specifically sponsor them, we do recover all the costs. So we have a fee schedule that we charge, and then we can come to the committee and we have a discussion with them about what services they need. So as Michael said, we have representatives from all the service areas, and for example, a walk. If we can walk them using cones and without having police officers have to close off a street, then they may just rent the cones from us, and we will set them out, and there's a smaller fee for that, and then we'll come back and pick them back up, and they're responsible for putting them out and blocking the street. And if they want our help placing them out, then there's a per hour charge for that traffic services staff to actually make that happen. If they need to have an officer, for example, if they're walking across an intersection that needs to be closed, then we schedule an officer. So as they discuss and describe their event, there's basically a negotiation about maybe if you use this route, then we can only have 2 officers, or if you use this route, we're going to have 4 officers, and those officers are $26 an hour. So we have basically a conversation with the applicant about what the fees are charged and what they want to do in order to make their event successful. And we give them estimates in advance, then they actually come back to us and say, yes, that's what we want to do, we confirm it, we sign a permit, move forward, and execute. So that's the process we go through for all the events. The only events where we step back from that and do not charge them are the ones like the Dogwood Festival, International Folk Festival, and those that the council has previously identified those as things that we want to sponsor.
So from what feedback you've received from the mayor and or maybe the committee, this is how you came up with this estimate?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We actually sent it out to all the representatives on the committee and said, you have the description of the event. I mean, one of the things that's a little bit challenging in this area is that, as the mayor, I think, appropriately said, this event hasn't happened at Festival Park. We don't have a good idea of the number of people who are going to come. The impact on our services varies dramatically depending on how many people come to the event. If it's a smaller event, then the cost is much less. If it's a large event, then of course it can get expensive, like Dogwood is. That's where I don't disagree with the mayor. Our estimate is conservative. We've also had experience recently with other ones that once you sort of sponsor something, that doesn't happen just once. Normally, once the council sort of steps in and says they're going to sponsor, then they do it again. So
what Councilmember Crisp is saying, if we try it this first year and we approve it to move it forward, then the second year, well, y'all did it last year. It could be the case. We're setting a precedent.
It's a little hard to come back on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it ain't hard to come back if it's a bomb. if it lays the egg.
Okay, Mr. Arp, then Mr. Chris, then Ms. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Kristoff, thank you. I just, you know, this is one of those things that, you know, I think Councilmember Hurst has a good point. It's hard to draw the line, but I think we can. I think we can clearly articulate that this is going to be a one-time event. Pardon. Yeah. And I think, you know, certainly this segment of our population is really growing, and I think it's a great opportunity for the Hispanic community or the Latino community to have a festival. What better place to have it than Festival Park? You know, we have that beautiful park down there. I think we need to be looking for, you know, more options to be able to use that park and make it available to our citizenry and to get people down here. Because the other thing you got to think about, as they come downtown for their celebration, there's the byproduct of they're going to be downtown spending money, they're going to be downtown shopping. And so while it may cost the city a little bit of money up front, my hope is that this festival will be a huge success and that it would become an annual event at no cost to the city and a boom to our downtown.
Thank you, Mr. Crisp.
Yes, sir. Mr. Gibson, Mr. Bauer, somebody. Last year I went to their celebration over on Bonanza Drive and Morganton Road. I think you stopped by too, Mr. Mayor, and I just missed you. But there were some people over there cooking food. I don't think they had permits or anything else. What do we do about food vendors down here in the festival park?
Well, as Christoph said, they would have to get those permits from the health department. The fire department would have to come and check their tents to make sure that they're in regulations before they're allowed to do those kinds of things.
But those selling food, they have to have what?
You have to go by the health department and get a permit to sell.
Because they were selling food over there last year.
Well, assuming they're not already permitted. If they're
Exactly.
a mobile station or whatever, they may already be permitted.
But I
we
think
would have to, those things would have to be checked because they're going to be at our facility.
I think we can make it all perfectly clear to them up front in writing.
Oh, yeah.
At first, as Mr. Harp said, this is a one-time sponsorship, one time only. Doesn't necessarily mean we'll do it next year. And two, that they're going to have to follow all of the health requirements.
Well, that's part of going to special
Safety.
events. That's part of going to health special events committee.
So I stand by my consensus statement to try it one time.
Thank you, Mr. Chris. Ms. Jensen?
I just want to say I agree with Councilmember Crisp and Councilmember Arp. You know, my church started their Greek festival. It was probably 25 years ago, and we started out at our church, never even thought of going to Festival Park. People come from everywhere. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger every year. So I think, you know, it's like the holiday fair started out at the YMCA here. You know, I think if we give them 1 year chance, they'll know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. But it might turn into something that, you know, brings thousands of people downtown. And I'm okay with the 1 year. We just have to make sure that we say 1 year.
Thank you. Mr. Colvin?
They covered mine, Mr. Mayor. I was, yes, sir.
He wanted to know what grapes are.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Davey?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Crisp?
Yes.
I don't have a problem with that motion. I just would like to add a friendly amendment that, along with that motion, that we do allow other organizations. We're not advertising. We're not advertising, but I'm just saying that we are going to allow other organizations to come to us if they want to do this 1 year opportunity. Because again, I just want to pay respect to the different nationalities we have here in our community, and as addressed here, I understand that some are very already successful. But I just want to make sure we're opening this 1 year opportunity for other nationalities that need that 1 year opportunity to be successful. That's all I'm saying.
To be tactful with you, I don't want to accept that friendly amendment because I think every organization now has the opportunity to come to us with the same kind of request that the Latino community came with, and then we judge accordingly. I think we all recognize that if this goes, that we can anticipate some requests for other organizations. And I don't have a problem with trying some of them, if they're legitimate organizations.
Councilmember Chris, will you accept a friendly amendment to that as far as I had proposed? What if we make that like a grant for minority organizations, cap it off at a certain amount, let them apply for it each year when the funds are gone, they're gone?
Well, we can't do it as a... Well, we can't do it as grant monies, okay? We can just sponsor this, but we can't tie it to grants, because then we get into state and federal laws in regards to grants. But here's what I'm saying. Let's just deal with this request from the Latino community. When Umojo comes up, or Juneteenth comes up, then we deal with that in the same fashion. They put in a written request, and we deal with it. We know it's coming.
Mr. Manager. Oh, I'm sorry.
What's the procedure for them to apply for the written request? I guess that's what Mr. Manager.
Yes, ma'am. I guess the thought occurred to me that if you're trying to regularize this process and avoid confusion, then perhaps the thought would be that anyone who would like to request council consideration for sponsorship and absorption of the cost in some fashion, that they all ought to go through the Special Events Committee, get a clear understanding of what the request is, get all the costs on paper, and then if they want to seek some level of sponsorship, then come to the City Council with that information, and then Council can consider it. I would note that at some point, you know, a one-off here and there is probably something we can absorb, but at some point, if the total value of all these sponsorships goes somewhere we don't have a budget for it, and we need to start thinking about that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Manager. Council, I'll ask for your vote. Your consensus vote, please. That consensus is 9-1. Mr. McDougal is against the diversity. Well, we still got another item. Item 4.010 is
turn the paper over, Ted.
Is the recreation center's use and customer service.
We got to stop putting Mr. Gibson last every time, all right? All right,
I'd put this on the agenda because the pool hours primarily, but also the lights at the rec centers and the kinds of things that staff is saying that it's because council gave direction or would need to give direction to extend those hours. You know, we have one swimming pool in town, and it's open 5 hours on a Saturday and a Sunday.
5 hours?
Yeah, it's open from 1 o'clock till 6 o'clock. Is that right?
1 o'clock? Yes, sir. That's doing the school year, and then once school gets out, it'll start opening up at 8.
Yeah. Well, the pool had a lot of young folks in it Saturday, and you know, we probably could have doubled the amount of people that were there had we been running hours. It doesn't make sense, and that's why I wanted to put it on the agenda. So, just for the sake of discussion, Council, what's I mean, things like this. How do we fix them?
Whose idea was it to do that? Was it council's?
No. Our normal working hours are during the school year. Like right now, they're in school. Then it's open on Monday from 1 to 6. We have lessons from 12 to 1, and then we have adult swim from 6 to 7. Well, I mean, that's the way it's been run since the Super Pool has been there. Now, once school gets out, then we have our summer day camps that start swimming at 8:30. On Mondays, we have a cleanup day for about 4 or 5 hours. And then we have the swim after that. And then Tuesday through Sunday, it opens up at 8:30 once school gets out.
So only school-aged people are able to use the pool?
No. We have adult swim from 6 to 7.
AM?
PM. I mean, and a lot of this came about now because of one pool.
Well,
So, go
one
ahead.
pool should mean it's open more, not less.
But I mean, we don't have those, that pool is old, sir. We don't have lights in it. So you can't, once you can't see the bottom of the pool,
Right.
you have to close it.
So, and for the sake of discussion, I also noticed that the pool didn't open. I mean, it opened on Memorial Day, but the weekend prior to Memorial Day was beautiful and 90 degrees. We waited until Monday.
That's been our traditional time.
And
to
missed
open it.
Saturday and Sunday of Memorial Day weekend.
We didn't know it was going to be hot that week.
No, but I mean, every year we should open Memorial Day weekend and not wait until Memorial Day. I mean, because you lose the whole weekend. Right. All right. Ms. Jensen, you're next, and Mr. McDougal.
Okay, I agree that, and just because it's been done that way, I get it. I get that. But, normally they're open on Memorial Day, that's Saturday, that weekend, all the way to,
Not the weekend, just Monday.
no, but I said started on the weekend and then go to Labor Day. My question is, on Saturdays, it needs to be open at 8 o'clock. I mean, parents are off work, they have these kids, it's hot, and this, who knows if they have an air conditioner. I mean, it needs to be open, and I think we need to change that. The second thing I was going to say is when school gets out, right now, kids are in exams, they're in their end of grade testing, and in high school, they basically say, don't come to school. So now we have kids hanging out, the next week or two, not really going to school. So I think that we need to rearrange. We need to figure out the schools and go from there. Yes, there are more people than schools, but, these high schoolers are out just finding something to do. So if there's any way possible that we could do it like the 2 weeks before school when EOGs start and things like that. I mean, kids are just in school right now not doing much, and they're not going. They're not skipping, they're just not going. I mean, is it possible for us to change it? So it just takes the council to say we want it changed. Is that?
No, not really.
Okay.
We could.
Okay, then it takes me saying I want it changed. As a Parks Rec liaison, I want it changed.
Okay.
But that's my suggestion.
Okay, Mr. McDougal.
Looked down my neighbor's driveway today.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mustang. I said, who are you? Oh, I'm the
Mr. Chris probably needs to turn his mic off. Thank you, Gavin. Certainly appreciate it. I kind of agree with everybody else about your opening date. Sometimes the seasons not necessarily, calendar-lize seasons, but that's not necessarily the way Mother Nature works. And sometimes we need to make that adjustment. And I know lifeguards may be an issue for you, especially when they come on and when they don't. I'm just thinking out loud because the growth of a city depends, we've been saying a lot upon having green spaces or recreational facilities. And if we are limiting the capacity of what we do have, then we're pretty much saying we don't want growth. Because as things change, as we grow, then certainly we have to make those kinds of modifications. And, if we're going to continue to grow with things. I mean, it's like the issue you talk about lights. Well, I'm saying here, my mind is saying, why don't we look at installing lights? What would prevent us from installing lights? And I know it may be that you got concrete poured everywhere, and you don't want to go out and bust up concrete. But, we have solar lights now. I mean, we can build up enough energy during the day that they can power for a certain number of hours in the afternoon. It's a little bit just thinking outside the box or get a new box. I don't know.
I understand.
Yeah. And, as Parks and Recreation is on our strategic goals, it's not just about having the facilities, it's about maintaining and running the facilities as well as the programs that support that. I mean, if we could build 30 pools, but if we're only open 5 hours a day per pool, I mean, it's just not serving the populations that we want to serve. And I think our residents deserve better, and we need better. That's the purpose of bringing this up.
So that means Michael needs to hire additional people from time to time. Your apartment needs to get bigger.
Y'all be careful now, because capacity is going to be capacity. So there's only so many people that are going to be in the pool at any given time anyway. So doesn't mean if it stays open longer, you're going to service more people, because we can only allow so many in the pool.
Right. If capacity is 250, it's only 250.
It's only 250. It could be 250 people standing outside. They're not going to get in.
Hey, Michael.
I think that, we're getting ready to build another.
Exactly.
Exactly. Limit all of that, but at the same time, I agree with the majority that there's something need to be done, changes need to be done, and if there, until those other pools come into full existence, then maybe put a time limit on those that are there, and so those that are waiting, then they could be only in there for so long to get to let others come in to swim as well, if it gets to that point.
Mr. Crisp? How about we put that on the next agenda? Is that okay? We can put that on the next agenda?
Well, I miss the community watches in that area, Mr. Mayor and Council. But, while I didn't know City Councilman Bates, and I'm sure most of you apparently did and think very highly of him. But I thought, when I saw your email, that there may be people in that community where we put the pool that they may want to honor in the same way. I have not discussed it with any of them. I missed the last community watch because I was in a session with you all last Tuesday. So I was not able to be with them, and we stayed till about 11 o'clock. But certainly I would at least like to run it by the people in the community where that pool is, because we put the pool in there without really asking them, and some of my feedback has not been positive even about the pool, because and what we're doing is interjecting people into their community. In some cases, they say to me, and they've not asked for it. So, while we look at it as being positive, there are a number of seniors. They've complained about the shortening of their track. Matter of fact, Michael was there with me last month. Am I telling the truth, Michael?
Yes, sir, and I told you we're going to put that track back.
Yes, sir. So they are not the happiest people in the world over there, and they think about all the folk, and we've had to try to convince them that we'll have some security over there, because they are concerned about all the people, the influx of people from other communities, as if they don't already have enough problem. Foxfire has even the police have come to us and said that there are some hardened criminals, not just pure gangsters in their communities, and they are extremely concerned. So. And plus, I'm also taking a beating over there. We moved the police fire station, and so they're saying they don't even have that little cover, what looked like cover. I've tried to convince them that there were no policemen in the building. They said, we don't care. The cars were out there. So I'd like the opportunity to be able to at least address that community. Those communities, it's really three. We got Summer Hill, New Ponderosa, and Foxfire. About some of that. Yeah, you got more than that, because you got Devonwood and the other one there behind the Walgreens. So But Foxfire is the major community. Foxfire and New Ponderosa are the major communities that will be affected by it, especially Foxfire, 'cause it's directly in that neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Arp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just two quick questions, if I may. Michael, the pool hours for the summer when school's out, when does the pool open?
8:30.
8:30. One of the things that I would ask that we consider, you know,
When's it open for open swim?
he just said 8:30.
Publix can come in?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I just know there's a lot of people who would like an opportunity to swim in the morning before they go to work. And I know at Fort Bragg, the pool's open early, so people, they have lane swim for people who want to swim for exercise. And I just ask that we would consider that. I mean, we're going to have a brand new pool, and it's going to have some swim lanes in it. And there are people who would use the pool if they could go swim, say, between 6 and 7:30 before they go to work, and they could swim for exercise. And I would ask that we consider that. They have outside and indoor. But, yeah. It's not bad at 6 o'clock in the morning. So the other thing that I wanted to just briefly ask about was, and Councilman McDougal kind of touched on this a little bit, is there's going to be a lot of kids who are going to be coming to this pool. They're going to be coming out of Foxfire crossing the road there, Ponderosa, to get across the road to the pool. There are going to be kids coming from Devonwood and Loch Lomond and those neighborhoods who are going to be trying to cross Morganton Road. And I'm very concerned about safety of these young men and women trying to cross those highways, because most of them are going to have their little flip-flops or pool shoes, and those are very, very busy roads, and there's no good crossing point for them to get across. Have we looked at that? Have we been working with NCDOT and the FPD on how we're going to handle that?
Now, you understand when they had that incident about 2 years ago with the child trying to cross right there?
Right there at the school.
At the school, you know,
Right.
They put up a light and crossing. And if you go up to the corner of Morganton and Bonanza, there's a crossing there. Because most of the kids who go to the Morganton Road School in Ponderosa, they walk. So they do have crossing points and pushing buttons. Now, does that help us during the summertime when there is no crossing guard and a child doesn't understand how to use those
And that's my concern. There are kids that live far enough down the road,
Right.
They're not going to walk all the way to that intersection.
Well,
They're going to take the path of least resistance.
well, they cut right behind the shopping center. But there's sidewalk. If you're coming all the way from Raleigh Road, there's sidewalk all the way up.
Right.
So I don't know how they do it now, but they normally come up the sidewalk, cut behind the shopping center, and come right to the park. Or they'll come across and use those little crossing points.
I just ask that we go back and look
I
at
can
that.
understand
That's a real concern that I
that's
have.
that's not an issue, but I think you'll get the same amount of traffic that you get going to school. And like I tell my staff, when school lets out or calls in and on Bonanza, there's anywhere between 2,000 to 3,000 kids trying to get into the two elementaries and a middle and a high school. So there is a lot of kids.
Right.
No problem. We will definitely look into that.
All right. Thank you, Michael.
Mr. McDougal, did you want to respond to somebody that addressed you, or do you want to ask another question?
Councilman Arp just reminded me of one of the other complaints I get a lot in that area. The speed limit along Bonanza, where most of you know it or not, is 45 miles an hour. It's not a 35-mile-an-hour zone. It's a 45-mile-an-hour zone. I also get a lot of complaints about, and I know I've talked to Rusty and Lee about this, and Councilman Moan just whispered in my ear, but we don't know when, because the people at LaGrange, there's a lot of walking down Morganton Road, crossing Riley Road. As a matter of fact, there's a person got killed there, and also up at the upper end at H&L Auto Parts, a gentleman that Mr. Chris, that knows Mr. Chris very well. He always mentions you when I stop by there. He says you're crazy for paying $118 for a windshield wiper, and I agree with him. But has to go on a Jaguar.
They have 40% markup?
He always reminds me of that when I go in to see him about Bill Chris paying $118. But they are concerned about that crossing, and with the addition of the pool, especially at the, crossing Riley Road, there at Morganton Road, and there's a lot of walking. If you just drive down there any day, any time, just like Cliffdale, you can go down there at 3 o'clock in the morning, man, and there are people just walking. I know they're going somewhere, but, you know, I don't know where they're going, so there's a big concern about that.
Lee is not here, but I'll tell you that they are going to put mediums on that part of Riley Road.
Right.
Like they did on Ramsey. People all cried about it, but it proved to be a safety factor.
Right.
And they're gonna put some crosswalks along there as well.
Right. Right. As a matter of fact, the gentleman at H&L, he left because there's a little park back there around Glen Riley.
Yes, sir. It's
somewhere.
Glen Riley Park.
Yeah, and there's a lot of traffic between there and where we talking about the pool, and most people be walking. And he left a gate in his fence so that people can come and go. Because when he put it in there, he put the fence up, and they kept knocking it down.
All right. Thank you, Mr. McDougal.
I've been quiet all night. I was hoping Andrew would go home. You know.
I want to turn it back to the customer service aspect of the parks. That's what I was trying to.
All right.
Morph you back into it.
Bless you.
Mayor, if you don't mind, too, I have handouts for the basketball court.
Great.
And what that looks like in case you want to take that home and peruse it a little bit.
Yes, sir. If you'd pass that out, I'll go to Mr. Wright.
What did you tell me about? Sorry, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. About what?
I just wanted to know what if I wanted to give him land for a basketball court. He was telling me something last time, and I didn't know. I should have called you. I'll come see you.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Then, Mr. Gibson, while this is being passed out, did we fix the water fountains at Seabrook Pool?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll check you out tomorrow.
I bet you will. Yes.
You know I will.
And Mr. Mayor, while this is being passed, I do have a quick question about bus passes for students. This past weekend, I was approached by a teacher who said that students are not being allowed to use the bus this summer.
Recreation centers?
No, this is for high school summer school.
That's my point.
Well, I know, but we got a momentary law here. Mr. Manager, I just asked that we would get an answer on that. And
Could Go ahead, Mr. Wright.
I don't.
All right, so tell us what we're looking at, Mr.
Well, all this is there was a question about how many basketball courts we have throughout the community, and how you can upgrade them and where they're at, and so we just wanted to make sure that the council had an understanding of where they are. And if you look on the first one, you can see that there are 10 public basketball courts that we have, outdoor courts, and then the map that shows it, and then you can see all the sites and some of the pending improvements. So council can look through all of these and see where they're located at throughout the city, and decide if those upgrades are something that they're interested in or if they're not interested in. So it gives you a good understanding that our court situation is situated where, just like our rec centers, if children want to go out and play, they can walk to them.
That was me.
Mr. Moan, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so I think Mr. Gibson wants us to take this home, look it over, think about it, and then come back at a later date and discuss it. I think I heard him say that.
Well, I don't need to discuss it. Well, I do need to discuss it because, in fact, his map doesn't cover the city well enough.
That's just where the existing ones are. If it's
all right.
Not on the map, it's...
Mr. Gibson?
Yes, sir.
It's about customer service. Do we need to talk about the hours of the rec centers?
When you're saying about the rec centers, what would you like to happen there?
Well, I think especially as school gets out and on the weekends, the holidays that are coming up, that they remain open for our residents to be able to use.
We already have holiday hours and weekend hours.
Okay, and how late are they open on the weekend?
9 o'clock.
Okay, is that sufficient? What do our peer cities do with their rec centers on a
weekend? Oh, I'd have to check into whether they open up until 9 o'clock at night.
Well, I think if we're looking at our peer cities, I think that'd be a good...
I can understand that.
Good thing to look at. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Right. Sorry to give you such a hard time.
That's okay.
Council, is there a motion to go into closed session for litigation of Johnson? That's Colvin and Wright.
We need to go next door.
We need to go there. All right.